That's why my spell points are still at 90.
I'll be right back.
We womp womp.
You know, we've never.
Hi guys, welcome to Picture This New Media. My name is Halal Ernie, and I'm going to be doing a Dungeons and Dragons type TTRPG. Well, it's not really Dungeons and Dragons, but it's a lot better than that. It's on Roll20. Um, we're going to be doing the second campaign. If you look back in my history, you'll see the previous campaign tied to this. My name is Sadi in the game, and yeah, I'm a adept that does very powerful dimensional magic. Um, I have saved countless total party kills along with Shin Na and Kronos, which will be playing as well with our DM Josh, which is the creator of this game. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the comments. You can be added to our Discord if you'd like to join. Yeah, let me know in the comments. And we're going to be messing around, so thank you so much for watching. Um, if you have any questions, feel free to leave in the comments. I will answer them as soon as possible. If you're watching this live, I will answer them live, obviously.
Who even cares?
Julio Cesar Chavez cares.
That guy's a freaking idiot.
But yeah, anyway, that's the general idea. It's basically, however it happens, I wanted um, damn it, like a drift in space type of thing with sabotage.
Okie dokie.
So,
Hmm.
Wham, 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 wham.
I was thinking of maybe replacing my imprisoned object spell, but that wouldn't even get me close to in the negative, out of the negative.
Perhaps not.
yeah, because that's healing. That's only going to be 18 back.
Master minor.
You can lower mastery as well. Mastery basically only reduces mana cost, but it gives you spell points back.
I will do that actually on my band shield, or I might need that this time. But the weapons enhancement,
Bozer, bozer.
weapon spirit enhancement, because it's a mastery at mastered.
Okay.
Um, hmm.
Yeah, you just have to adjust the cost appropriately.
Okay.
Okay, etching, limiter. Okay, what was I looking at?
That'd even be worth it to. Yeah, because I never use it. Um, but when I do use it, it'll be good. Um,
Can you
it has.
have an. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm going to let you go first.
Okay. Um, well, it didn't have a cost to the mana or the cast time. It only had a turn to turn of 14.
For enchantment, yeah, that makes sense. Enchantments don't have a base cost most of the time.
Okay, so if I lower it to intermediate, would the turn to turn go to like 7
No, it's gonna go up.
or? Oh, it's gonna go up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna cost more if you lower the mastery.
Okay.
But if you cast whatever that enchant is on somebody else, then they pay for the turn to turn.
That's correct. Also, going from master to intermediate on a enchantment is only gonna give you 3 spell points back.
Only 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go to novice and you'll get another 3 for a total of 6.
It's okay if you're negative. Like, you don't have to be positive unless you're trying to get a different spell or something.
Yeah, what kind of spell are you looking for?
um. Let me refresh my memory.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm looking at the action limiter.
Hello.
Can I have an action limiter that disables your ability to defend yourself against, say, disarmament or submissions?
I think action, because it matters where you place the action limiter, right?
It says specific actions are disabled or forced depending on placement of the seal. Disabled and forced actions must stand in relation to placement. Okay, so that's what you're talking about there. The strength and depth of prohibited or forced actions depend on the strength of the seal, grade of the medium, and game master discretion. Actions remain disabled or continuously forced until seal is removed or exhausted.
Great success.
Duration relies on potency and is enabled by the grade of the medium. Okay.
Awesome, possum. So yeah, if you're trying to disable somebody's disarm, you'll have to place it on one of their arms, probably.
Kind of the same thing with the submission, because you kind of, I would think an arm.
Yeah, arms definitely would help. Yeah. The way it would work is you'd get a penalty for submission resistance, or yeah, just both ways with the seal on.
Right. Okay.
I was looking at transmute gravity. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
What about it?
That's the spell that I was
Okay.
looking to add.
Well, that spell freaking sucks. um. Yeah. Okay.
Is it? Are you joking or you're?
No. I'm always joking.
Okay.
Yeah. So, are you uncertain on how to make it?
No. I'm just Excuse me. Let me finish my burger.
You're eating a burger?
Sorry.
I'm eating a burger.
Chicken
burgers
sandwich.
halal?
Oh, chicken. I'm eating a burger.
Are chicken sandwiches halal?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're not like the halal meat.
I think as long as there isn't bacon on it.
Yeah, as long as there's no bacon, it's better than nothing.
Great success.
Nothing burps better than bacon, though. Just saying.
I do miss it.
I got a bacon on a burger the other day, and they put like 1 piece, and there was like 3 patties.
Aw,
Like, this is bullshit, dude. What the fuck?
that would have been sad.
That's fucking Trump's America.
We were just talking about maybe adding, or I don't know if we could possibly replace a spell,
Feel.
because I eventually want to get Caecilios, transmute Caecilios, but
Yeah. Just get it.
I'm not using like weapons enhancement and band shield. Oh wait,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so if you got rid of both of those, I think the shield is a kinetic spell, right? So those are both worth the same.
Yeah.
If you got rid of both, you'd have another 18 points, so you'd still be in the negative.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I thought I wrote more on this spell. Did I not?
Mr. Ernie, how many minor trainings do you have?
Um, I have one, two.
What the crap? Who did it?
It was that guy.
Dead guy
What's
code.
up, you?
Hello.
Okay, so is it this one? So it's this
Does
character.
each familiar one count as a minor training, or
Yeah, I think so.
Law counts as a minor training.
What the fuck?
Okay, that's why. Because I
My
wrote.
mom was telling me I need to get in touch with my feminine side.
there's
Uh,
there's
so I crashed my car.
there's 20. Shit, I just forgot. 28. Or, why does that number keep one, two?
Make sure you're counting extra if they're more than one rank of it.
I think 26 is what I'm counting.
Okie dokie. So 26 and you're level 80 what?
One.
81. Okay. So you should have 20 trainings.
83. I'm sorry, 83.
Yeah, so you should have 22 trainings. I'm sorry. 20 yeah, 21 trainings. And you're not counting the ones given to you by your sub race, are you?
I was. So
Okay, so you gotta make sure to check your sub race ones, so subtract the trainings from the sub race.
subrace. I gotta click that they're racial.
Yeah, just go to your race bubble and see what's in there.
All about race.
It's not my fault.
You're all about raise.
No one gets me. You know what I'm talking about, Ernie?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are.
It
Is there
doesn't.
nothing?
There's nothing in there, so it's mixed in with my minor
Oh.
training.
Fuck. What about your inventory? Where's your racial information?
My racial information is in my inventory.
It is?
I got my race
Okay, yeah.
card.
There it is. You're the Shaded Clan, and they give you Battle Lust, which I think
Post-combat
is,
acuity.
I think we're getting rid of Battle Lust as a training, so we're not going to count that one. There's Combat Acuity times 2,
Okay.
Resurgence, so that's 3, Animist 1. Okay, so 4.
So 4 minus 26.
No, yeah, we're subtracting it from the 21 that you should. Oh, wait, no, how many did you have total?
26.
You had 26 total,
I think, yeah, around there.
so minus 4, that's going to be 22. I thought you said you had like 23 or something.
Here, let me count again.
What the fuck?
Because I 1, 2, 6, 7. Animus specialist or something?
Yeah, so there's two of them in there. So there's 2 trainings.
Okay.
That's 2 increments. What the fuck does that mean? I don't even know anymore. Times 2.
So it's 20 with all the race ones taken out.
Okie dokie. So that means you are, you can get an extra training then.
Okay.
So what I recommend is you pick a wizardry if you don't already have it anywhere. So, because that's going to give you more spell point growth. Let me double check the trainings real quick to see what it gives you.
80 spell points.
What the flying fuck?
Right, technically 83 spell points.
What the
Wizardry
actual
increases spell point growth rate by 1. Level
By
25.
Juan. Okay, by Juan.
Level 25.
How many
times,
ranks are there to that?
level 25 times rank.
What's the rank limit though?
2.
Okay.
Sorry.
Does that seem right?
And maybe I don't know. There's maybe I think 1 or 2 trainings
It's
that
been like that.
I trained
Okay,
in.
if everybody's been playing that, we're gonna keep it like that, but I'm probably gonna nerf that back to what it was originally.
Okay.
Because I think
What
it's
is it?
easier to get minor. It's easier to get bonus spell points in the future. Anyway, so yeah, I would get a rank of wizardry, so you get an extra 80 spell points.
Holy shit. Okay. Let me double check I don't have that. Hell yeah, I don't have it.
Well, great success. So go ahead and go to your character tab, and we're to the bonuses section where it's listing your spell point growth. Make sure that's a 1.
A 1. Okay.
Unless it's freaking.
Origin. None. There's no origin.
Yeah, so you should get a plus 83 spell points by getting this training.
You said plus 80?
83.
83.
So that should put you in the positive. What is it? It was negative 22 plus 83. So you're going to have 61 left. So yeah, go ahead and adjust your character sheet to have 61.
And in the characters, spell point growth by 1. Nice.
Whoa. Okie dokie. Does everybody remember what happened last time on Dragon Ball Z?
Well, that depends. Who you asking?
Dead guy Kai.
Egg Shen?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll close that.
Found a dead chick and a chick in a seal.
What now?
We found a dead chick and some chicken and seal.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Did you kill both of these women?
No, probably did.
We
What are you talking about, man? I'm
we
not a
didn't
woman
kill
beater.
anybody.
You just
Why
traded your soul for that.
you need to control yourself, all right? This is getting ridiculous. I don't know what's gotten into you.
Freak.
All right. All right. So you take Ronica, lady, back to the outpost, and your means to resuscitate her as she is dehydrated, wounded, and her mana is disturbed, and she's disrupted.
Oh shit. Oh right. She was all fucked up and we couldn't figure out how to get her not disrupted anymore or whatever. Cause she's
I can give her another arm, but that's about it.
she's out of it, right?
She is not comatose. She is somewhat lucid. But yeah, she'll be fine if she's healed. It's no big deal.
I will give her some 50% spirit and life force.
Womp 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 womp.
I don't know if that'll help, but I know that it's not gonna help with the saturation.
Un momento. Blah 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 blah. All right. So she is a youthful, what is clearly a dark Magian woman, with ostentatious yellow eyes, and resembles her image given to you for her contact with the elite guard. Based on what you've read about her and her bio, as it's been disclosed to you, she is a older Magitech specialist with a passion in archaeology and some loose family ties in a Dark Magi. Her specialty at the moment is navigation of the barrens of the demilitarized zone, which has given her special insight, along with a few others whom she tutors, on passage into Dark Magi in the what is unconventionally a safe method of travel. She's also obviously been charged of late to be an inside resource for the Central Magians. So she's meant to assist you in any details you need while in Dark Magi, and so forth.
Okay, so I'll ask her, do you remember what happened to you?
As she is healed, she stumbles back up to her. She's just going to sit upon the table and begin taking long breaths as she begins recounting the events. Her and her tutor person, her disciple, were investigating the ruins that you discovered within the valley. She mentioned that a recent explosion had uncovered an entrance to a stronghold buried underneath the bleak Dark Magian formations of the land. If you recall, Dark Magi's wastes are comprised of malformed, basically slopes that serve as mountainous terrain that has been created inauthentically with magic, and is, what do you call it, helps to saturate the miasma across Dark Magi. Anyway, There's all sorts of junk in Dark Magi, and some sort of explosion with some recent turmoil. It resulted in the entrance of this ruin being opened up. When navigating into the ruin, she says, they encountered vigilants, which are the spectral animated armor sets. They were cornered, and as a means to save Ronica, Ronica agreed to be sealed in a transitive shield after being wounded and failing to evade the vigilance before her ally was charged with the duty of trying to get out of the ruins. The ally failed to do so, and all was left was the seal.
That was very, very noble of you. I was able to control the. What were those called again?
Elementals?
The elementals that were protecting your seal. Um, thus, getting getting you out of the seal.
She takes a long look at you. I'm sorry. You must be a guardsman, correct?
Once I'm Guardsman Shinawa, this is Captain Alta, or Captain Sadi, and this Guardsman's Alta. We're charged. We were meant to link up with you at the outpost.
Yeah, of course. You'll have to forgive me, I hardly recognize you. The giveaway, I suppose, was your addressing of the familiar, the elementals. Dark Magi resorted, she says, making gestures in Dark Magian, to cultivating all manner of once pious symbology and corrupting it for the defense of the city. The elementals were no exception, however. I made no such attempt to guard myself with them as you made reference to. If you encountered the elementals, they were merely drawn to you as obstacles. It's phenomenal that you managed to evade them.
Nah, we didn't evade them. We subdued them and reclaimed the altar. It was corrupted as you speak.
She nods. Even still, that seems all the more impressive. Elementalists would not hurry to try to subdue such destructive force.
I wouldn't have been able to do it without the help of my buddy here, Alta Shana, with his elementalism as well.
Well, I hope that's not to foreshadow any behavior you might exhibit while in Dark Magi. Are the mission parameters the same? Are they unchanged?
As far
What do
as
you-
we know, we weren't supposed to meet you.
What do you
at-
know?
I see. Well, I just mean to emphasize here that demonstrations like the capturing of powerful elementals might serve to be a giveaway to your prowess.
Understood.
We will remain. Our orders were to remain as discreet as possible with our journey of the Dark Magi.
She nods.
But I don't think we'll encounter any rogue elementals there, so that'll be a good thing.
Depending on which ways we mean to traverse the city, you will likely encounter mercenaries who will wish to test your mettle. Some will be explicitly looking for techniques not carried by most mercenaries as a means to create a profile about you. I'll get into more detail about that later.
I was going to ask, are these friendly duels or like to the death duels?
The mercenaries change in their behavior and discretion based on their sovereignty. Some mercenary groups will take it all the way. The others are only meant to poke at you, or so it's been described to me.
Oh, okay. Do they rob you or anything like that, or just test your metal?
They'll do anything they can get away with.
Oh, including a reach around, I guess.
Mercenaries of profound stature are considered a matter of renown and prestige within Dark Magi.
I guess we better not be one of those yet.
Is there a leader amongst them that we need to know about or worry about?
A leader amongst the mercenaries?
Yes.
There are many mercenary clans. There are 3 in particular to be mindful of: the Gold, the Vulture, and the Cycle. Although their abundance will change in proximity to areas they populate, of course.
And who's the dominant among those 3 at the moment?
It changes based on where you go, but those considered most reliable would be the Golds.
Gold Vulture. What was the other one?
Vulture and Cycle.
Cycle.
And these are mercenary clans.
Correct. They're among the most abundant you'll find in Dark Magi. It's among my recommendations that we have a cover to operate as one of these clans, if brought to attention. My default strategy is to have 3 of you, whom have no record or profile in Dark Magi, assume the aliases of my personal bodyguards. Your stature as my bodyguards will provide a cloak of explanation to your strength, and also grant me prestige, which will keep us our profile low in high prestige areas.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna have 3 adept bodyguards.
Well, we
Needless to say, Magian guards are the most renowned, but in some circles they're also the most suspicious.
Alright, okay.
What is your
We're,
recommendation?
we're not part of one of these clans. We're just independent contractors bodyguarding you.
At your discretion, then.
Okay.
Would it be beneficial to create a cover story as members of one of these clans?
or former members, if there is such a thing.
This can be arranged.
Yeah, we would need credentials. We couldn't just say, yeah, we're a member of the Vulture clan, and all of a sudden the Vulture clan's like, you are? Give me the handshake.
There are insiders who are in our operation inside the capital. They'll have the most up-to-date information about the activities of the clans. It'll be best to build a profile once inside, taking the most up-to-date information.
Okay.
If you'll excuse me, I need a moment to collect myself. And then we'll begin our venture within the Barrens.
My condolences to your acolyte.
She stops up the stairs before continuing,
Damn it,
without
Sean.
saying anything.
She didn't know yet.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
What a turd puncher.
She kind of put it together since she wasn't around. She awoke to you guys and not her, so...
Yeah. Well, there was still a possibility we could find her along the way, but, you know.
We did find her along the way. She's dead.
It was
She's right
right.
over there. Her body's right there.
Yeah, but she's probably faking.
If you thump her thorax, she'll pop right back to
Yeah,
life.
do you guys even consider telling her to quit baking?
I mean, I kicked her in the pelvic bone.
I poked her with a stick.
Why is everyone so mean?
Shinnah, what did you do to see if she was still dead?
I just used a spell to detect life force when I didn't sense any life force. I knew she was
Oh.
dead.
Oh, you
I
had
didn't-
to be all fancy.
Yeah, what a tryhard.
I mean, dude,
What a fucking sweat lord, bro.
I
You a
guess-
min-maxer?
I guess if you want to whip your dick around. Ooh.
You trying to get the most Twitch subs for your e-thoughts?
Fuck yeah, I am. I got
Oh,
more
no.
fucking views than you.
Oh, shit.
Got 0 viewers. Yeah. We'll be breaking in the bitches.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Anywho, a few moments later, Ronica comes down, washed up, and re-outfitted for traversal within the Barrens.
Did we grab anything from Veronica? Any keepsakes?
Negative.
Negative.
I mean, there's some of her partner's carcass over there.
Oh.
Keep some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably some ash or hair or something over there.
Maybe she could take her to a Hoth.
No, that guy's not gonna be able to do shit.
Her soul's
Okay.
gone
Yeah,
in the
she's-
river.
She's hella dead. You need,
Oh.
you need a Reaper? Question mark. Where we go? Go here. All right. So unless there's something else you want to do, you're gonna go back to the ruins, or did you want to go directly to Dark Magi?
Let's go to the ruins.
Okay. Well, Veronica's gonna take you directly to the Dark Magi's entrance unless you specify otherwise.
Well, what's at the ruins?
Well, they were investigating the ruins. The ruins are of a Dark Magian stronghold that was part of basically the military infrastructure during the Great Division. Standard procedure, if discovered, would be to somehow disable it if it's still active. If you recall, the Vigilants are the animated pieces of armor, the armor sets that basically patrol the wastes and barrens, and they're alleged to be generated and maintained within the buried strongholds within this barren wasteland.
I wanted to ask her who controls them.
They have no controller. They're just Magitech,
Okay.
unless they're banned.
Does she know if a certain clan created them, or they're just magic tech toys? Roaming
Oh no,
around?
the Dark Magian military created them.
Oh,
during
okay.
the war.
The
Yeah, yeah,
military.
they're-
Okay.
They're leftover weapons, right?
Okay. Gotcha.
What the crap?
And they patrol these wastes out here to keep the riffraff down, I guess.
Yes. Keep
They
anybody
just go
from trying
after
to sneak
anything?
into Dark Magi.
Did you go after anything?
Yep.
Oh, because this is supposed to be like a demilitarized zone, I guess. Nothing's supposed to be in here.
No one's supposed to come in here. No one from Central Magi, anyway.
Oh. Well, I mean, I've got dark, robes on, so that makes me dark magic, right?
Yeah, well, that's freaking stupid.
I mean,
They don't recognize our energy signatures or something.
So that depends on you guys. Are you engaging the seals that you were provided that are going to change your signatures and
yes.
give your whatchamajoodads?
Yeah, those should be on like all the time, right?
Okay, so yeah, if that's the case, what do you all look like? What are your races?
I forgot what we did last.
Yeah, since Veronica's got we're her bodyguards, I'm gonna stay as an adept.
Of any particular clan? What subrace?
Oh, the harmonious.
Okay.
So you're gonna stay adept.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay adept. Yeah, you could probably cut your magic with all your spells and shit.
Yeah, I'll do the Magian.
What
I
subrace?
chose last time, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, you fucked up.
It was Dark Fuck, I don't
Dark
remember.
Magian? Okay, so yeah, you can be Dark Magian, that's fine.
Yeah, I was a Dark Magian. I think somebody was a regular Central Magian. I don't remember.
No, what are you?
I'll be an adept of the Shadow Clan.
What a bitch.
Phony.
Everybody's gonna be like, hey, what the fuck, dude?
Two shaded clans and some dork between them.
Yeah?
Actually, no, I'll be a Lost Clan member because I'll be able to explain my fucking demonic signature.
So you would know, with your Magian lore, that there's not a lot of Dark Magians who are gonna be familiar with who the Lost Clan is.
Okay, then I'll be a Dark Magian because that would also explain the demonic.
The Dark Magian? Okay. Alright, so you're Dark Magians, and then there's an Adapt.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's a harmonious Adapt. Okie dokie.
Are they like the peaceful hippie tree hugger versions? I forgot.
Most Adepts are kind of like that already, but those guys are on steroids. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
The Joe Rogans.
The Joe Blogans. Alright, yeah, so she's gonna take you directly to Dark Magi unless you specify otherwise.
I kind of don't want to go through the ruins because those things are. Well, unless you guys want to. Actually, do you guys want to go?
All right, is it part of the mission?
No.
Monica was in there doing stuff, waiting for us, but then got hemmed up. So it's like that doesn't seem like it's
Safe.
well necessary.
Necessary either, yeah. There might
As
be.
You're the captain.
Robert's doing an investigation on not whatever that is.
Sorry, what?
I said it seems like something that Elite Guard wouldn't do because it's like what
It's
is
definitely not mission pertinent. You can assign the regular Royal Guard to come do that, although that would be somewhat of a violation because they're not supposed to be in the demilitarized zone at all.
right.
So it's basically something mercenaries will have to take care of.
So I vote no, but if I get.
You're the
I'll-
captain.
I,
Yeah.
if
I agree with you, Captain.
Okay.
I
I was just gonna be a little bit democratic there, but all right, works.
Eat their
We'll go to Dark Magi then, with Our Lady.
Okie dokie. You wander the interior of the Barrens, staying close to a path that Ronica seems to have memorized. You're able to see past, you're able to mount many of the slopes and see deeper into the Barrens off in the distance, where the strange formation of these mountain structures and their jagged nature becomes very apparent. The spiky structure permeate the entire expanse of Dark Magi's exterior. However, every now and then, you do manage to sneak a peek through the miasma of the old capital in sight, with its large walls and the old architecture that was once iconic of Magi. And then you come upon it, the labyrinth.
Oh shit, a labyrinth.
A
Here it is.
labyrinth.
Here it is, says Veronica. The patrols here seem to be lighter around this part of the cycle. The exact reasons for this are not conclusive. The labyrinth is made from among the oldest styles of outdated mage stone, and was once used as a tactical course for Magian guards when the old capital was still home for us all, she says. You notice the walls are lighted with patterns and protrusions that are geometric in shape and brimming with mana from the labyrinth. It is meant to adapt as contenders move further inside, as lights briefly illuminate through the dark passages while they sequentially resonate. What is not known, or most unknown, is that the labyrinth holds in it, at the end of its track and center, many pathways into Dark Magi, once used as entrances for its entrance, its combatants, and so forth. For its trainees, pardon me, yeah. Our current means is to merely traverse it in whatever quickest way is available to us. She says, looking at you. The labyrinth is organic in a metaphysical sense in that it adapts and changes as time goes on. It may change based on whatever techniques or prowess you demonstrate. In any case, success to reaching the end is pretty forgiving. There's more than a 70% success rate from single traversals to the other side thus far.
Can I do a Warcraft lore check on this?
A Warcraft?
See if I did any like training in something similar to this.
Yeah, there would have been obstacle courses Magi would have put you through. A lot of this would have now been done with generated labyrinths and stuff in the course of illusions that your mind is put under, so that they can be constructed much more quickly and much more elaborately during your training. However, this is really a labyrinth created far before the maturing understanding of ghosting magic in the hands of Magians. So the lack of capability to do this is why this labyrinth exists.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Would we have known about this labyrinth in advance? Like, have heard about it in our training in school and anything?
No, because again, this is early Magitech era stuff. It's completely obsolete. Yeah, the only reason you'd want to learn or use it is to, as she mentions, get into Dark Magi, or if you're trying to, rob it, basically see what's at, be marauders and see what you can find on the inside. It's still active though, as she makes clear, so it's actually kind of dangerous to go inside. So most people will avoid it. What you will know about it is basically it's somewhat of a tourist destination if you're wandering the Barrens. If you have the stupid excuse to go in there and try to find shit that's interesting.
It's the Dark Magian's version of a void.
No. Okay. After you, guardsman, she says, if you would.
I will activate my shadow personality and reduce my detectability. That way.
Okie dokie.
Then get my pimp walk on.
Nobody can see it anyways.
Oh, it was really cool.
All right. Who's going first?
I guess
I'll go first.
my brave soldiers will go.
Da-da-da-da.
Polka will go first.
Okie dokie. As you move around the first doorway, the labyrinth's walls begin to expand and close in behind you as its various runes and patterns light up brilliantly through its floors. You've but a simple path before you. The air above the labyrinth is, of course, available for traversal as well if you wish to try to fly over it. although you can see the miasma is thick above. But you have little reason to believe it's going to be hazardous to you.
Could we have gone together, or is it a?
Yeah, everybody's inside.
Okay.
So there's an area that we could fly over, but we don't need to.
That's your discretion. You can fly over it. You can make a shot to try to. You have no reason currently to think you can't.
There's nothing blocking us from continuing on foot.
That's correct. You can continue on foot. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds fine.
Hey, also use your wind thing to detect
Ahead of us.
ahead of us.
Okay.
There are many pathways to traverse. As Veronica mentioned, the labyrinth seems to be moving as you take steps, and its walls are ever changing. Finding a pathway to the end will be a difficult task to keep mindful of. You do notice that there are several moving parts above the walls of the labyrinth that seem to be stationary, as if towered.
Do those ever move, Veronica?
The towers above us, says Ronica mentally, are keeping track of any entrance, of any trainees. Their Magitech will activate in aggression if you take to the air.
Should we link all three of us or four of us?
What do you mean,
I don't think she knows spiritual telepathy.
Spiritual. Okay.
So they don't move. They're stationary.
They don't move, they rotate, but they don't move positions, no.
Is that a means by which you navigate the towers, or?
No, they're just sentries to see if anybody's trying to cheat by jumping over walls.
Oh, okay. I just thought, well, if I always keep, the towers on my right shoulder, I know I'm heading in the right direction, regardless of what the maze is doing.
If this was an anime, we just blast through all the walls with our big muscles.
You can still try that.
Oh.
Get called a cheater.
You might get called a cheater, but on the other hand, you'll blow up a labyrinth.
Maybe even yourself.
that freaking sucks.
Okay, so
Can use gravity magic.
yeah, how are we navigating anything? Are we just hoping we find our way out?
Oh no, I'm gonna give you some options in just a moment. I just
Oh,
need to know how you're traversing. If you're going to fly, use what speed are you guys at? What's your power?
Well, Veronica just said if we fly, those things will be like, hey, stop that.
Yeah. So what though?
But maybe if we're fast enough, it might not matter.
Yeah.
Like maybe we can just fly right to the center. And
Yeah.
save
Maybe.
everything. Or
Let's go.
we'll get hit
full
out of the
power.
sky.
Well, does the miasma do lore check on the miasma? Does it cause like saturation or?
The miasma is an old chemical weapon that reacts with the magitech that Dark Magi in the old capital have been known to treat its surfaces with. Its effects, if sustained, if you maintain a sustained presence in it, will result in disruption. But most of the use comes from that it just merely blocks direct vision and scrambles radio signals into Dark Magi, so it keeps somewhat of a privacy from Central.
Mm.
I mean, we can cheat and blow the wind away blow the miasma away with your wind.
The miasma is basically all throughout the Barrens.
I asked Veronica how fast she can fly.
At
What's your
the height of my prime, Guardsman, I've been able to maintain a flight of 3. in my condition currently, I wouldn't bet on it for very long.
Well, if you're flying with me, you're going to be a 4. I want you to a 5. Speed, going to like speeds above 3, that's not the same as going to powers above 3, right?
No, the same thing could happen. With your Warcraft lore, you would know if she's not a well-adjusted combatant, she might not be able to handle speeds like that very well.
Right. But in the aspect of maintaining a low profile, is moving at a speed of 5, 6, the same as exhibiting power of like 5,
Oh
6?
yeah, for orchestrates or for the Magitech AI consciousness.
Well, just for the sake of maintaining a low profile, yeah, is moving at a speed of 5 the same as exhibiting a power of 5?
With your Magian lore, you would know that the consciousness is going to keep track of objects moving at that speed, as it's a very potential threat that's only going to get more attention the faster it goes. If you go too fast, you're going to be bordering relativistic speeds, and it's something that becomes a existential threat. So it needs to provide countermeasures immediately.
Right, because when you start flying too fast, you start pulling machinery and equipment with you. And heat.
And you become a deadly weapon. So
Okay.
yeah, if you exceed certain speed thresholds, which is true on Magi, the ancestor is going to react to you.
Well, Labyrinth it is then.
We'll go at 2.
And we stick together. We don't split up.
2s, I guess. What do you say? Anybody agree?
What do you mean we go 2s?
The speed?
Oh yeah, I agree.
On the ground?
Yeah, on the ground. Powers, we'll leave at 2.
Yeah.
As Shinnor steps forward into the labyrinth, there's a call.
Oh, fuck.
A cock.
God damn it.
Fat cock.
No.
Do I sense any demonic energy?
I slipped
Let me
under
check here.
cock.
What are you talking about?
Huh? What?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You do sense demonic energy resonating from inside the labyrinth.
You son of a gun.
There's also latent demonic energy signatures from outside the labyrinth, but they do not seem as powerful.
Okay. Do I see any stry anywhere above anything?
Yes. There's a stry at the end of this corridor, and it goes call.
Okay.
See, I
Yeah.
told you so.
Knowing the void, does the void god tell me where his shadow creatures are that need to be returned?
No.
No, he's just like, there's something here, fix it.
Yeah, that's what it does. He's like, call.
The void is greedy.
Boy wants its shit back.
Yeah, so fucking get on it, dude.
Utilizing some of the method the Shadow Adept clan used, could I attempt to use the spiritual energy to sense where it might be down that alley?
The voidlings do not produce any spiritual energy, sir.
No, I mean like the trick with the light.
The trick with a Leite? What are you talking about?
You know how we were flying in the kid back to Jinshay, and one of the clan members used the torch to detect if any voidlings were present?
Oh yeah, so that's probably something that's only going to be occurring in the tower.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember any of that, but
Um, would I know with my Magitech thing, would my robot be able to find the location of where the demonic essence is coming from?
Yeah. Although at the moment you've only got a direction, there's no way to triangulate a position without more than one droid.
I've got two, I think. Let me double check.
I
Oh,
use
I got 10.
Are they all demonic droids
Ten.
that can send demonic energy?
10 demonic sensory seals, yeah.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
that's pretty cool.
Would you,
Okay, well yeah, you can set up a perimeter by placing them in certain spots, and then you can coordinate with them just so that they can provide you a perfect position on the demonic energy signature. However, if the target falls outside the perimeter of whatever you're using, it's not going to be able to use it anymore.
okay.
Or if it leaves and then comes back, they'll still work, right?
Yeah, totally.
And
Unless it's banned.
so if you put it in areas 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it was in area 1, it'll be like, hey, there's one here, and then the one in area 2 goes, hey, there's something here, and then you know, hey, it moved from 1 to 2.
Alright.
So that's pretty good.
So I refer to the demonic expert. Should I place one here? Or should I just use you?
With this one check, could I potentially zero in on the demonic energy with my senses?
The demonic energy in the face of the miasma is difficult to track. You'll have to vitalize or use some sort of resonance spell to sort of unjam the signal.
I don't have a resonance spell to unjam stuff.
Well,
just
you
to-
fucked up then.
I talked to the captain. I can sit here and vitalize, try to break the disruption, but it might be quicker to use your droids.
Alright.
I do let you know this is a voidling we're dealing with.
Oh, really? So, we've got a side quest for you. Alright. Understood.
Well, is it supposed to be here?
No voidling's supposed to be outside the void, so it's
So maybe
my
the void-
duty as a covenant member to put it back.
Understood.
Isn't the scry technically a voidling?
No.
Not.
Yes, it is.
Would it kind of fall under a guardsman thing to make sure this thing gets out of here, or is it really
No, not at all.
not at all?
There's all sorts of shit in the Barrens. It's a fucking cesspool of weaponized arcane shit.
Okay, so this is
And, yeah,
aimed out
super-
of,
Yeah,
out of
corrupted
the
magic
You,
tech,
Captain.
demons, like all sorts of stuff.
Alright,
We can be out here for
a while.
many cycles taking care of all the bullshit out here.
Jinna, what's your discipline?
My discipline is a 10.
You hear a roar. There's a roar of a deep guttural roar coming from behind you.
Oh, motherfucker.
Does anybody else have their void personality?
On?
Yes.
I don't
No.
have a void personality. Oh wait, I do.
I don't. Oh yeah, I don't
No,
have.
I got it all cleansed.
Well, we had him exercise
Yeah.
or whatever.
There should have been a beneficial one that you kept from the reticent shadow chaining.
Yeah, that was the shadow personality.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he
I've
got
always-
his taken off, but I kept.
Can I
Oh, you had,
summon my...
you had it removed? Who had it removed?
Let me see.
Not me.
I currently have Sfray, which is the Shadowmancer personality,
Hooray!
and I have the Magian Protector personality from the Magian Elite Guard.
Yeah, so the first one is the void one with the resident shadow thing.
Or the personality to buff 20 to spirit turn in combat.
It buffs. It gives you 20 spirit regeneration while you're in the shadows.
While you're in the shadows. Yeah.
You
Oh.
really fucked up that effect. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's 20 for the first part, and then when it's finished, it's 40.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
But so that's a void personality.
That is a void personality. That's correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a parenthetical after Shadowmancer that it's void.
I wanted all of them removed, but I guess.
Oh, this is not a. That's not a negative one. That's one that helps you. But you
Yeah.
can't get rid of it.
That's why we kept it, because
Yeah.
it was a good one.
Okay.
All you have to do is ban it. Do you want to ban it? Use the ban hammer.
I got rid of two of them. That one of them was definitely demonic. The other one I don't know, but they were both negative, and I still didn't know what their effects were. But
One of them was about balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I
That
remember.
ball.
I got them all. Except for that. I kept that one, yeah. I remember keeping that one.
All right. So if anybody has that active, they also hear the guttural animalistic roar coming from behind you, at the
Wow.
face of the wall of the labyrinth.
I don't hear it. I don't have like personality going.
Well, Shinnov turns, and his demeanor matches that of someone ready for combat, and you're immediately off-put by it, and begin sensing about, but fail to find anything.
Can I summon my Shadowmancer?
You want to summon the Shadowmancer?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
He's like, sup, homie, what's kicking, dog?
I ask him, do you sense that voidling?
It makes a gesture, and as it begins to look around, it then maintains the posture of a scarecrow.
He's trying to scare it away. Okay.
I ask him, what is it doing? What does it sense?
What does it sense? Senses the void.
Does it know exactly where the voidling is?
It turns itself into the shape of an arrow, and it points at the door.
Like what kind of arrow? Like
Like you know, when the Roadrunner, when the coyote goes on all four and he like points with his nose, like that kind of an arrow.
oh, like a pointer dog.
Yeah,
How big is the Kraken?
it's gigantic.
Gigantic? It would crush us all if I summoned it.
Well, I mean, what's your power?
Yeah,
It might smother you. I don't know if it'll crush you. It'll definitely kill Ronica, though.
Okay. Never mind.
You'd probably score some points with Shinnov for doing that.
I need her.
That's
Then just possess her, bro. Be a pro. Be a pro gamer about it.
Well, I do have 62 spell points, so.
Only 62. You'd be a lot cooler if you had 7 more.
Oh shit. All right.
You get 7 more spell points.
Anyway, you hear the face. You hear the guttural roar, and you see the face of a feline-like creature.
Big is it?
Should we? We don't see
Just the
it.
face.
It
Like,
is
I make
weird.
an attempt to subdue it. Can I subdue Shadow?
You have no targeting data
I see the face of it, right?
in your mind.
Oh, like the Cheshire Cat.
I approach the door and I'll open it.
It has no door handle. It closed because the labyrinth changed. It's effectively just another dead end in the labyrinth now. You can just jump over it, though, if you want.
Hint, hint.
Well, we're not supposed to fly. I mean, it's a labyrinth, so just jumping over to the next set, I think, would constitute flying or whatever, and that would probably trigger.
Yeah, but whatever, you know, who cares?
It's just once.
Yeah, dude.
Just
Well,
once.
it's just like, well, okay, well, I'll just climb up to the top without leaving the ground. I'll just climb up and I'll walk on top of the walls because no one's ever thought of doing that.
As you climb to the top of the wall, you sense a strong surge of mana gather in 7 locations across the labyrinth.
Yeah, they're all gonna shoot at you. Get back down. Ah.
But then you hear a call.
I didn't hear.
Captain, we can pursue this, but it'll take us unknown to a unknown part of the labyrinth. It's up to you, Captain.
Is it? I mean, it's cool, but I think we're gonna get a TPK. Or not a TPK, but let's see.
What's a TPK? Anything like a TPS
TPS.
Yes.
or NPK?
NPC. Sure.
You want to pursue this?
Sure, why not? Let's do this.
Come on, do it.
Let's do
All right.
this.
Well, how are you gonna do it?
Can
Uh,
you want to spiritualize? I don't.
Can you spiritualize? You could demonic phase or shadow phase out the labyrinth.
I mean, I can spiritualize.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I can
You want to go through the wall and open up a portal to us?
You know what? That's a great idea. How about I just find the end and then I'll leave a portal here and then I'll find the end and I'll make a portal there and then be like, all right, guys.
I'll sit here with my thumb up my butt.
Because the maze, he says the maze adapts. So if we like start spiritualizing, then all of a sudden stuff will happen. But so are we locked in a position? We just got to go a different direction.
So you haven't even begun traversing the labyrinth yet.
Oh well, I mean, let's.
So we're still kind of like just in the entrance.
Basically.
Yeah, I mean, she's done. Veronica's done this before, and I guess she's leading the way. She knows what exactly is her method. Does she have a method?
Basically, the ends of the labyrinth have entrances into the interior of Dark Magi. The labyrinth, by her description, was meant to serve as an obstacle course, and by reaching the end of the labyrinth, you can move toward the next section of the obstacle course, which is inside of Dark Magi. That section of the Dark Magi, however, has since been repurposed. So basically, once you get to the end of the labyrinth, you just teleport inside Dark Magi.
Is she gonna come with us if we do this? Do we have to explain it to her?
It would certainly help. Otherwise, she's just gonna see Ulta disappear, and Shinna is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I think we'll still need her if we're gonna do this. So we're gonna have to protect her at all costs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Supposed to be our guide through this, and then on the other side. So
Okay.
So we're all
So
very clear.
Shin,
Veronica is not expendable.
So Shin,
Yeah.
Shinna, please. I don't know how to tell this to her. So what are you sensing so I could tell Veronica what
You can tell her something of the arcane, and we have a duty because of the covenant. You'll understand that, like, because of Order God and elementalism.
Okay.
At Morningstar, there's a cleaning team cleaning your house.
So I'll
Showed up.
I can't roleplay. Let me see. Because of the arcane and Jesus, what did you say, Shinna?
I looked at to Ronica and Teller. You're familiar with Arcane and the Order God covenants, right? Where they have a mandate to do so. Well, I detected something that's a requirement of my covenant. We have to pursue it, but we will keep you safe.
We need you to come with us.
Come with us if you want to live.
Come with us if you want to leave.
Go where? Didn't know what you're talking about.
Well, since
Dark
then,
Magi.
well, here in the labyrinth, if it leads to nothing, we'll continue to the portal into Dark Magi.
Are you asking her a question? I don't know what's
No,
going
I'm
on.
telling her what we're going to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And we're just letting her know that we need her, but we'll keep her safe.
So, wait, what? We're not going to Dark Magi right now?
No, I thought the captain said we're going to pursue this void creature, but it happens to be in the labyrinth, so we're going to take a detour. That's what I understand. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna track the Stry for a while.
Well, this little demonic thing that's yelling at Shinna.
Yeah, I think we might be on missing a point thing here. There's two voidlings. One of them is a demonic energy signature coming from the stride, blah blah blah, in somewhere toward this labyrinth. However, Morningstar just heard something and had his attention drawn to the doorway you guys just passed through, which leads back to the Baron.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're gonna go check that out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
So you have me wait here then for you, says Veronica.
No, we'll have you come with us.
Okay, how's she gonna come with you?
She's gonna use her feet.
So if she leaves the labyrinth, she's gonna have to jump over it, basically.
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm confused too. Where are you going? I don't understand. Where do you want her to go?
Are we not all together?
You're all in the same spot.
Yeah.
Why does she have to jump out of the labyrinth and we don't?
The door you used to get into the labyrinth closed up. It's basically just a wall. You can't leave by opening the door. The door is a wall. The only way to get outside the labyrinth at this point is to jump over it or teleport in some fashion. She can't spiritualize, so she can't walk through walls. How do you want her to follow you out of the labyrinth into the Barrens?
So we've gone into the labyrinth, the doors have closed, and now we want to leave. Go ahead, guys. I'll let you guys explain that one.
How about we just pursue the one that's in the labyrinth?
Okay.
Yeah, simpler. Fuck.
Just ignore that scary one. I
Yeah.
didn't hear it anyway, so I don't know what's going on.
It's probably nothing anyway.
Yeah.
Probably stupid.
It's probably a bunch of punk kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably got straws and pieces of paper, and you know what that means.
No.
Spitwads.
Spitwads. Oh, so you never did spitwads in school?
Huh?
You ever launched any spit wads in school?
Yeah.
Not. See, I never launched them at people. I just launched it at.
I was more of a rubber band guy. I threw like shoe rubber bands at people.
Well, mine was in retaliation.
Yeah. To the
They,
school.
That's an excuse if I've ever heard one.
it was. I was the small kid. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why didn't you just shoot up the place, dude?
I
You
know,
did.
right?
All the cool kids do.
Here was spit wads. Man, dude, I remember coming in with like teachers we didn't like, and like half the class would have straws at all times, and the fucking teacher would come in. There'd be, I don't know, a couple hundred spit wads on the chalkboard, and it's like, how do you write? Because it's like, all right, who did it? And everybody raises their hand, like, oh fuck.
I covered
Or-
for that idiot that did the toilet paper wad. Where he did he had the toilet paper roll and used the toilet paper and big old slimy thing. It was gross.
Awesome possum.
I remember Brian Jensen did that. He just put a wad in his cheek and had it in the class all day. And then he fucking took it out as he was leaving and just went, anyway.
Stupid things we did.
Spit wads. Okay, so let's go, Veronica. Let's follow the stride in the labyrinth.
Alright, you make it up to the first fork. Left, right, or middle.
Do I sense a stride down which corridor?
There's a stry on the left corner, and it goes, caw.
Let's go left.
Alright. You come across another fork. There's no interference thus far, although you can feel the labyrinth moving. And there's another stry, and it goes, caw, off on the left corner.
I'm gonna leave one of the what's it called? The bots here.
Yeah?
This area. So that way it's just in case whatever Shinna heard is gonna come, see if it gets detected. Follow you guys.
Shinar recommends that you use 2 Hail
Yeah.
Parries for the protection of RNGs.
To hail.
Hail Mary, who art in Hollywood, hallowed be thy surname.
Hyler-
By their gamer tag.
Thy celebrity will be done for the Movie Actors Guild now, and for all that junk food that we eat all the time, and the personal trainers and the steroids. Amen.
That's not a Hail Parry.
What? I don't. Are you even religious?
Is it
No.
Is that a Perry
I
Mason?
don't know. Atheist.
No.
You don't even know anything about Tyler Perryness.
Okay, well, which you gotta go left, middle, or right, and there's a stry on the left.
Go
Morning
left.
person left.
Going left again? Okay. This is
Yeah.
2 lefts. Again, you come to another fork with no interference. You sense that the saturation, however, is dropping. And this time there's another stry. He's distantly in the middle of the, he's in the middle corridor on the ledge. Except this one's got a cigarette. And it goes, caw.
He's a cool guy. I give him the finger gun.
Yes.
Just walking.
Okay.
We get the center.
Center?
Are we following the bird? Is that our plan, or are we just arbitrarily choosing stuff? I don't know.
I don't know.
You've been following the bird thus far.
We're doing Shinna.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a center. Okay.
Do I sense the demonic energy from the center?
You are getting closer.
Okay.
Demonic energy signature is moving sporadically, though. It's exhibiting unusual behavior. It is clearly a voidling, given its translocational properties.
I toss it.
Anyway, you come to another fork, and you do not see a stry this time.
Okay, so this is where I should set up the sensory seal, right?
Yeah, I would say put one at the entranceway we came into, this square, and one on each side of it. The square, so like in a triangle.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. Should I just set one behind us and one in front of us? I think the radius will be big enough to cover both sides, right?
Yeah, it depends on the shape with which you're creating the area you're trying to monitor. If you put two right next to each other, that's not going to carry a lot of cover a lot of area.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll do it the Shinna way then. The 3. Would you say again the 2 in the entrance and 1 in the front?
One in the entrance we came in, then one
Or
directly to its right. So like in like an equilateral triangle in the square or this center we came to.
okay.
Your position, there's no way to find out where in the labyrinth you are, as the ground the labyrinth has you on moves, as I mentioned. So there's no way to know what relation you are, except your ability to sense your other droids that you've planted down.
I suppose we could also use rivets too, huh, fellas?
Yeah.
What kind of rivets we got? I guess it doesn't really matter. You just put down a rivet with anything in it.
Yeah.
Like
Like a Nutty Buddy.
You know what? I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna talk to the captain and Ulta. We might be able to bait this thing. Can I put down using a rivet deposit of my demonic energy here? So as we move forward, I can still sense it, and if I know it's like getting weaker or disappears, something has consumed it, I can just jump back to it.
Sure, go for it.
Try that, yeah.
The rivet is made.
Have the captain's droids, like 2 of them set up around it to like use it as a triangle to sense anything coming in.
Are you talking about being in close proximity to it?
I mean, off to the like a little ways on each side of it.
Okay, so you're gonna go basically down the left and right corridor and put a droid there?
Yeah,
Okay, sure.
and the rivet in the center of that corridor between them.
Okie dokie. That looks like a straight line to me, though.
Yeah, we should be looking back at the corridor. If we turned 180, we should be doing it straight. If we want to go back to a star, we should do it. Well, never mind, because who knows? Shit could have changed.
Correct.
It might be less on the way back, even though we were less on the way in, for all we know.
Aha.
How many droids have you counted? I think I've done 4, or is it 5?
I haven't counted any. How many have you put down?
See, I put 2 in the first time I mentioned it, and then I don't know how many we're doing here.
How many are you doing here?
Either 3 or 2. Not sure.
Why do you need more than one in one area?
I don't know.
I don't know. I thought that's the way you said that.
We were
Okay, well then, I was
Yeah, you understand.
confused.
Yeah, you're making a shape with using the droids as a vertice, so you can triangulate the stuff inside of the area of the shape, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you definitely don't need more than one to do that, unless you're having some redundancy of something like that.
Oh, okay. So I misunderstood then. So I guess just one, one in each place.
Okie dokie.
All right.
So how many is that? 3, 2?
Um, three if
Should
we're
be
gonna three if we're gonna use two in here.
I don't know. I don't have any droids, so I'm not putting any down.
So I think just one and one. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Two droids then. What's the move? Left, right, or middle? There's no stry this time.
So we went 2 lefts and nothing.
Got left, left, straight, and that's where we're at right now.
Correct.
Left, right, and straight.
How do you think? And you said
Right.
And there's no stry here also.
ask your Shadowmancer if he could sense the stry or sense the energy anywhere.
I will ask it.
What specifically are you asking?
I'm asking, does he still sense that same void lane as before?
He shrinks.
Tell him point in a direction.
He turns into a question mark.
Okay, well, he doesn't sense it. So yeah, tell the captain that, and what direction should we continue?
Should we go back one, see if it's there, or just keep continuing? Use your wind to see if there's anything significant on the left.
Okay. How far can I go with the
You
wind?
can search basically the entire labyrinth at any given moment.
Okay, let's do it.
The left. You'll have to make. What is your intelligence?
It's real high. 7.
Make an intelligence check.
Unless I get to use cognitive virtuosity.
Yes, actually. Also, if you have the puzzle training, you will get a bonus there.
Puzzle training.
Well, you done fucked up.
Who's
Okay, well,
training?
it's this roll plus 3 for the cognitive virtuosity.
What the crap?
Wow.
So
That's
14.
14. Okay, you notice that there are a total of. In order to get to the only locations that you could conceive as being the final, what do you call it, end of the labyrinth, one of the paths will take 12 more moves, the other path will take 18 more moves.
Right
So
now.
this can change if the labyrinth changes, which is pretty rapid.
Is there any indication from this that one path may be easier than the other than the length?
If you were to be able to map out the pattern of the labyrinth's algorithm for changing, you can make that assessment. Right now, it appears to just be random.
That would take in-game time to accomplish that.
That would take a lot of in-game time. Although I'm surprised nobody has thought of using flying arcs on the labyrinth.
Oh.
Is it mage tech? I guess it's mage
It
tech.
is major tech. Let's apply
Let's get over cipher function.
decipher function of
Well, it's a labyrinth with a whole bunch of protocols it has,
no
most of which are dedicated to detecting cheaters.
Oh shit.
pilfer data. No, never mind. Shit, which one was it?
Monitor.
There are about there are it's keeping track of 5 residents or entrants or combatants, whatever you want to call them, as well as 3 major units and 30 minor units.
Okay. I guess that's us, although we're only 4.
So
Hmm.
it detects 5, and I'm guessing the 3 major units are my robots.
Negative.
Negative. No. Okay.
I thought you said 30.
30
There are 30 minor units.
and 3.
There are 3 major units that it detects.
Can we determine what minor and major mean?
I don't know. Why don't you use a spiel?
I'll use probe.
Did you use
What?
throw?
Probe.
Oh,
Probe
probe.
what?
Probe what?
It's I guess it's, what would it be?
Sounds like you're making it up on the
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah, I don't know what like section of a fucking computer would hold like its fucking. I guess I'll pull up its command menu and see what fucking it is. It should have a dictionary.
It does not have a dictionary.
Does it have a consciousness?
I don't know.
Decipher consciousness.
It is a conscious, self aware Magitech piece.
So I relate that to the guys. That there is a consciousness in this.
Can you talk to it, Captain? Can you communicate with it? Are you able to talk its jib?
You have the transmit data spell.
I don't have the transmit data spell, no.
Well, you fucked up.
Well,
Do you have any techniques that will let you communicate with it?
I
I can.
he can do weapons, but that's not a weapon. Is it a weapon?
No.
No.
I mean, the Decipher Conscience says
This is tap into artificial.
that you can attempt to establish communication with it.
Correct.
So
So you might actually only get like bleep bloop bloop bleep bleep bloop blap as a response.
what would you want me to ask it in case I can?
What's its?
What's its fucking problem?
Conjunction.
Ask it what does it text like?
What's
what-
its phone number?
I'm done.
Is it single?
Well, who are you gonna say should know?
How do you count to 17?
I don't know. I don't know what to ask it.
Well, we're trying to get through it.
Yeah, we want to know what.
Can we pass? Or hey, where's the way out? Or what's the timing?
Yeah. So, or if it could stop changing? Just kidding.
You can try all these things if you use the correct spells.
So we should be able to possibly use activate, calibrating
Can we?
to perhaps weaken a structure's function or integrity.
So you found the functions, so you can activate them, but you're not quite familiar with what they all do at the moment.
That's why could we continue to use the cipher function until we figure out how this thing works, how to control it.
Well, concerning activation,
Can
so
I
we
do
need
like
to.
an intelligence check or a vitalization on it?
Vitalization is not going to help.
We need to filter this data.
Intelligence check was only going to basically give you a general picture. Clearly, if it's a collected AI, it's going to be in charge of the towers. It's going to be in charge of the enemies that are potentially in the labyrinth as obstacles. It's going to be in charge of the shaping walls. Very likely, there's some sort of a maintenance protocol as well for self-repair. There's the tracking mechanism itself.
Can I use the cipher function on the tracking mechanism?
The decipher function is what gives you those functions. There's no insight on what the functions do at the moment.
You could try pilfering the data of a certain section.
Okay, I tried that.
You pilfer the data of this wall that you're at, and the information you are pilfering can be parsed as data that's going to describe its change in shape in the future.
So does that mean we understand how it activates and what it does when activated?
No, it just means if you have enough information, you can predict how this particular wall will change its shape.
Can we activate? Can we use activate to deactivate the changing of the walls?
You can disable this wall.
Disable this wall. Okay.
What does disabling this wall do though?
It's going to stop its changing algorithm. So it's just going to remain static.
So.
Well, I guess knew that the exit was static, then we could make a beeline.
Yeah, so we could use your wind elementalism to find the fastest way out. Activate the wall until we can get to the next one and disable as we
change it. We just keep going in the path, and then we just activate or deactivate walls until something else happens. We've got to change our plan, but sounds good to me so far.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
All right, and have my demon things gone off yet, or are they still detecting the stry that's there, or can I not detect them?
They don't detect the stry at all.
Okay.
Stries are not demonic. How many tools have you put down?
I put
2.
2.
So yeah, that they can only search something within a 2-dimensional shape.
Oh, okay.
Okie dokie.
All right, so we're going to go with the plan of find shortest path with wind elementalism, go in that direction until the labyrinth says, "Oh, well, I've changed," and then instead of changing with the labyrinth, we're going to either activate or deactivate the wall that's blocking the direct path. Unless, of course, do we know if the endpoint portals are they static or do they move around? Too.
Ronica says that they do not move around. However, you are able to predict that keeping it one particular wall static is not going to change whether or not it's possible for you to be blocked off from the path. Because all of the walls could change in tandem. Stopping one of them is not a guarantee the others will be stopped.
Right. I guess what we're thinking is that, as we're continuing on, it's like, oh well, this wall's in our way now. We either activate, deactivate that, and then if another wall's in the way, we just keep going until we
Don't take time.
get to the.
Okay, so yeah, you just by activate you mean get it out of the way.
Yeah, and well, I either activate or deactivate by, if it's open, meaning we can pass through it, then nothing is going to happen, and then if it's in our way, then we're gonna make it not in our way,
Okie dokie.
whether we need to activate it or deactivate it.
What is your Magitech?
That would be Sadi's doing that stuff.
And Magitech is 90.
Okie dokie. Slowly but surely, one after another, you move the walls out of your way, shortening your path to the center without interference. Until... Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Imperial.
You reach a clearing. And Ronica says, I think this is it. As you come into the clearing, there is a distinct change in the alignment of runic symbols and a visible nebulous portal that appears as a dark void, not unlike those described by Ronica on your route here.
I instantly put a fucking spirit container over the portal,
Wow.
preventing anything from getting in it.
What's the meaning of this? Says Ronica, looking back at you.
If I assume correctly, whatever that voidling was, it probably followed us here. So it's still stuck in the. It's still stuck out here in the labyrinth with us. Do I sense any demonic energy or sensing?
There's demonic energy moving in positions around you in inconsistent ways.
I don't smell it. Yeah, I don't smell it.
Stinky demon.
I asked my Shadowmancer see if it might be able to give me a trajectory on where this thing is.
It turns into a bunch of arrows that keeps changing as the creature's location changes.
Good one.
See, what can I do to potentially target this thing?
Spit on it with paint.
One sec. I tell the captain to put 3 of his droids in a triangle around this clearing.
Alright.
Need that many?
Yeah, we need a triangle then, because it'll detect in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, you could make bigger shapes if you want a larger radius or something, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
You want to do a square then?
Yeah, that'll work. We can pick these up when we're done with them. So.
And you pick them up when you're done with them?
I don't have a transitive seals spell
I got transitive seals.
or a demonic seal spell.
The sealing spells have to be done with targeting data. The other ones you planted are not visible to you.
So once I deploy these, I can't put them back?
You can put them back, but you need to go manually pick them back up.
Okay. I thought we needed a spell. Alright, Oh, like put them in our prison wallet or whatever?
You can put you can put them in a transitive seal, but you can't do it from a distance.
Oh, okay. We'd have to go back to it.
Yeah. You got to be at the spot.
So, Are we leaving this spot for sure then, or are we gonna?
Oh, we're staying in this fucking clearing. We're using those 4 fucking droids to target them. So once we're done with this battle, potentially, if we get to it, we can pick those 4 the fuck up.
All right.
Hooray!
Fuck yeah.
You put down 2 more thingies, and you've created a fairly large oblong rectangular thingy that covers a fairly large section of the labyrinth. And slowly but surely, the demonic energy signature falls within the detection radius. However, it quickly moves out, mimicking the sporadic movement that the Shadowmancer has mimicked.
Drop your essence here. Maybe it'll you can bait it, like you said before.
You get to be a pretty good baiter for that.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe even a master.
No.
I'll put down the. I'll set down that demonic tonic.
There's a demonic tonic. Okay. Okay.
I'll start acting nonchalantly, looking at this portal.
Mhm.
Press.
Are you gonna open that tonic?
I'll
Yeah.
crack the lid, just let a little whiff out.
Okay.
Sucker.
The demonic energy signature becomes still for a brief moment.
In time.
You're able to isolate its power.
Then I will instantly go and try to subdue it. With
Uh,
You want to know its power first?
the power of the thing is a 3. Yeah, you can make a subdue. What is your? Oh yeah, go ahead and roll your d6.
One sec, I have to bring up the thing.
Oy, oy. So we're all rocking.
I'm not trying to do a subdue. I'm trying to possess it. Shall
you're trying to possess.
Yeah.
Well, quit.
I don't think he's quitting. I don't think he's gonna stop.
Are these demonic versions of the possession spells?
It's the possessed shadow entity. Would that work?
No, negative. It would work on regular voidlings. This is a demonic voidling.
Then I'll just do a regular subdue check.
Okay, go for it.
Doesn't work.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And then they
What did you roll? I'm sorry.
am I rolling? It's just a D6.
Yeah, it's just a
Plus
d6. 14? How'd you
No,
get
I'm
a
rolling
14 with a d6?
a 7.
Okay, Savon. That's pretty good. But it's not good enough. Fail.
Wah, wah.
Did that piss it off?
Yes. It moves out of detection again and begins moving about. You notice that its speed increases dramatically. It's now moving from location to location with brief intervals of predictable velocity of 6.
Oh god.
Why is he gonna be so fast?
Do I see a pattern in the way it moves? Can I do an intelligence check on that?
Discipline check.
Fuck, okay.
What is your warcraft?
Max.
Yeah. That's
Alright, go ahead and give me the discipline check.
Warcraft, so max +1. Do I get any?
It's pretty good.
13.
13. Okay. Yes, it's definitely exhibiting patterns of aggression. It's currently moving about, trying to find an opening in the group's position. It's paying particular attention to Ronica at the moment.
Okay, via spiritual telepathy, I will communicate to the captain and Ulta what I determined that it's trying to seek a method of attack that senses Veronica as the weakest. So if we can bait it. Let's see.
How big is this area?
The clearing you're in is probably about I don't know, fucking 25 square meters.
Well, my Kraken's only good for in water, though.
I will increase my power to a 3 as well. I'll bring out my weapon. Then I want to act like I'm one step behind it, but in a way that puts me in a vantage state to jump back on Veronica over him.
Okie dokie.
So like if we were baiting the pawn forward to get the queen out.
Ronica begins climbing her power as well.
Alright, I'll put mine to a 3.
Okie dokie.
My power is at
And I relay what I'm trying to do to my compadres as well.
Guardsman, what is it you sense? Says Ronica.
We're being tracked by that shadow entity. It sees you as the target, so what we're doing is laying a trap. So when
I sense nothing, Guardsman. I hear nothing.
this is of the arcane and demonic, so unless you have trainings in those, you won't sense them.
You notice with your Warcraft lore that she is showing signs of nervousness.
That's good.
If she's not concentrating, her power may lower. She's channeling body energy at the moment.
Okay.
Can I, no, then that'll take never mind. I'm in battle. Forgot. Or,
Okay. It's still moving around sporadically. I'm still one step, acting like I'm one step behind it.
Okie dokie.
how much mana does
Trying to
go ahead.
I'm still trying to let it sense that it has an opening to Veronica.
Okie dokie.
What are you trying to do, Captain?
I was gonna see about making a familiar to kind of throw away, but I don't know how much mana it would take in battle.
It would take the same amount of mana. Is that mana cost listed anywhere?
No, wasn't.
Ah, shit.
Never listed. Yeah.
Well, do you know what type of spell it is?
It's alchemy, forbidden, structured, and novice. Potency extreme.
What is the type of spell, though?
Manifest MBE.
Okay, so there's definitely a mana cost you can find with that on the dock somewhere.
Let me see.
Anyway, you sense a slowing of the creature's speed, and it takes a stationary position for a moment.
Oh.
So, say again, Joshua.
It takes a stationary position for a moment, and then you witness and
Then
sense.
can I?
Go ahead.
Oh, continue, Joshua.
Yeah, no. It separates, and you sense its demonic energy signature double. There's two of them. It then continues on its normal speed. The second energy signature has remained stationary, however.
It's a wee baby.
Okay. Will activating mental web help me with this?
What do you want to do with it?
I want to try to. I can't detect anything that's not physical, right? With it.
Yeah. Mental energy doesn't affect non-physical stuff.
Okay.
Should I get my spell charge?
Okay.
Well,
We just know it's a voidling. We don't know what it is yet, right?
you have not actually seen its physical shape.
Yeah.
I will use Umber Lock on the stationary one.
Okay. What does Umberlock do?
Subdues intangible or grab intangible entities and traps with discipline versus discipline save.
You are not in small AoE. You have to jump over the wall if you want to go grab it.
It's over the wall?
Yeah, it's not next to you guys at all.
Like it's an adjacent room or section.
Precisely. As it continues to move about, it comes to a standstill again, and then another separate demonic energy appears.
Separate?
As soon as I sense it goes standstill, I will shadow phase to it and use Umber Lock. The one before it
You
moves
shadow
up.
phase to the target, and you recognize it with the void as a warp stalker. It is a demon-possessed voidling shadow creature. And it is a mean man.
Okay. Make that this much.
All right, go ahead. What was the what are you using?
Umber Lock.
Okay.
This would be technically melee action. Yeah.
Well, what does it do?
It's a melee energy technique that entraps intangible entities.
Okie dokie. What is your power?
My power is a 3.
Its power
It's
is
a discipline.
Oh, so it's a discipline check.
To discipline, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll for discipline.
$17.
Blah, blah, blah.
He rolled 17.
You got a 13.
Max rolled.
The Umberlock is successful, and the creature is stayed and entrapped.
Then I will go ahead and, since this is his first melee, I get 2 melee actions. I will use Genesis style with Akuna, and I will
Akuna
Oh,
Matata. Akuna Matata.
No.
Oh. It means no worries
No, it doesn't.
for the rest of your days.
That's not true.
What do you mean? A little friggin' lemur said it.
Oh, shit.
What are you, lemurist?
Yeah?
It's a style with Akuna style or
Akuna Matata.
Well, he has 2 combat actions of 10 accuracy coming at him.
Okay. So this is not the first turn of combat, because Umberlock was the first turn of combat.
That was a defensive thing, right? No?
Umberlock's a defensive action?
Oh, wait, let me make sure if I can do that.
I thought you said it was an energy technique.
Oh, yeah, it's energy technique. I don't have it. Yeah, so it has 1 combat action, I guess.
No, so
60.
if it's an energy technique, it's not a melee technique. So you still have 2 melee actions.
Okay. Yeah, 2 melee actions of 1060 accuracy.
Okie dokie. Let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. It has 200 evasion.
What's its weapon arts?
Its melee is 65.
My weapon arts is a 95.
Well, fudge. Evasion is disabled. It takes all of the strikes. It goes ow, 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 ow. What is your power?
Power is 3.
Its endurance is 3. That's going to be parity.
So it takes 20 hits of. Forgot how much damage. I think it did 21 damage. Let me double check per hit. Yeah, base is 21.
Okay, so 20 times 21, that's 4,000, right? Or no, that's 4. No, 20 times 20 is 400.
400.
What am I talking about? Yeah.
It's 400. Then there's 2. You have to roll for the 60 twice. The extra hits.
Okie dokie. Why are you making me roll?
Why are you being lazy, Joshua?
Because you're already doing 20 hits. What do I need to roll for 2 more for?
2 more for?
maybe he doesn't die.
Alright, the first one hits. And the second one also hits.
Yay!
You do 40 extra danglage.
Nice.
And then it
Well, that's my.
freaking shuts up. Okay, it's gonna try to escape from Umberlock. Make a discipline check. Does anybody else want to do anything?
Is this Shadowmancer still out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if I take mine out, they'll fight each other, right?
I can't answer that.
What
Although your lore would indicate that it's a possibility. What is this 15 bonus nonsense?
Yeah, it was just well, 10
Plus
is,
1. Because I'm cursed and I get +2 for melee interactions.
Whoa!
Plus another 2 for submissions.
This is not a submission.
No, my bad. For discipline melee on top of that. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. +2 for con discipline melee, then +2 for melee actions.
Great success. Don't forget to roll for advantage, obviously, if you have that stuff going on. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Got an 11, so it cannot escape. Yeah, but does anybody else want to do anything?
we can't see what's going on, right?
Yeah, we can't sense
You
it.
are, yeah, that's correct. You're on the other side of the wall. That is correct.
We're like, I don't know what's happening. Oh, that's right, because he shadow phased to it.
That's correct.
You okay over there, brother Shina?
I tell him yes.
That's when the shadow thing's like, nah, help me, bro.
He's touching me.
I need an adult.
Stranger danger.
Stranger fucking danger.
And I say, look, be careful what you ask for, because what you were asking for was,
Ah.
Alright, it's going to use Warp Spasm. On Mr. Shin Na. Make a resistance check.
Okay. Do I get psychic barrier to this?
This is a possession attack, so yeah, whatever.
mental pain.
Possession bonus.
Yay.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
You should disrupt yourself.
Alright, that is a success. You resist Warp Spasm. Alright, is nobody else going to do anything?
Are you trying to kill this thing, Shin? Oh no, we're not over there. And Ronica's here. I'm gonna stay with Ronica because
Yeah, I think I'll just stand guard with Veronica because
Veronica steps back away from the wall as she hears the ensuing noise.
oh, it's fine. It's just Shin just he's doing a thing. Something's been tracking us, so he's taking care of it.
yeah,
He's by himself, guardsman.
He
What's
does.
that?
He's by himself, guardsman.
Yeah,
We can't reach him.
Yeah, he's a guardsman. He'll be fine.
He does this sort of thing.
Copy that.
But if he does need help, he'll ask for it, and I'll help him out.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So the warp stalker makes no attempts to escape. It's your turn.
Arcane lore. Do I have to subdue this and give it to the void, or do just killing it?
No, you gotta subdue it and bring it back to the void.
Okay, then does it look like it's bloodied?
How much damage have you done? Just the 440?
Yeah.
Then negative.
Whoa!
Ooh, maybe we should go.
I will increase my power by 1 to 4. And
Okay.
I'll go in for another melee of 1060 on it.
Okay. I'm just gonna go for the 20 hits because I don't want to do the rolls.
Oh no, I only get 1 action this time.
Oh, okay. So yeah, 10 hits of what's the scaling? Its endurance is 3.
1 scaling, so it'll be 42. So that'll be
42. So it's 420 danglage. Where's that thing? Kill this. I don't need this open.
Can I send
Move
a,
around.
Can you do what?
Can I send a mental communication?
Correct.
Alright, I send one to Shin Na saying, don't forget to use your Shadowmancer.
Oh yeah. I'll have my Shadowmancer fill it up.
And I also remind Brother Shana, don't forget this interesting, cool little thing called Unleash.
Oh no! Don't do it.
What?
Oh no!
With
Well, yeah, one guaranteed
the kind of weapon that you have.
Listen, Shana, you're not gonna build up any synergy with the sword if you keep forgetting its special shit.
How do you get something so cool and then just not even know you have it?
Because there's so much to keep track of.
No, there's isn't. Like, you seek after all this stuff and then you don't even know you have it. What's the point of having it?
I'm a named one, okay? Basically, they don't know what they
You're a hoarder. You're a hoarder of very powerful artifacts. You're like, oh, I think I got that laying around somewhere, but I can't be bothered to find it.
I've jacked your Black Lantern 5 times.
That's not true.
Okay, well, it's a guaranteed unleash,
Got it.
base 90.
Oof. Okay. As it is struck, it begins to change its shape and suddenly it looks like a wounded Magian on the ground, covered in shadow of dark fire.
Oh, wow.
It seems to contort its body as it kicks up dirt and struggles about, as if under some kind of a seizure.
It's doing the kicking chicken, the floppy bacon.
It begins uttering words in Magian, asking and begging for mercy.
It's okay, por eso.
I look at it, beg mercy to the void god.
Where's your guitar solo? That's when sunglasses fall in his eyes miraculously.
And a cigar just drops into his mouth.
Okay,
got
I guess it's its turn now.
Okay, it's gonna make a discipline check to escape.
Punch it.
Got an 11, fucker. What do you think of that?
He needs to not. He can't. If he rolls a 1, he's got it.
Well, I think that's fucking bullshit.
He doesn't even need the plus.
Ah!
Just
Oh, shit.
Okie dokie. Well, it can't escape, so it's going to use warp spasm again. Make a resistance check.
God damn it.
Oh, actually, it can't even escape because a 7 and a 6 is a 13. His minimum roll is a 16, so it can't escape.
Well, that's fucking dumb. Okay.
It's not strong enough. I mean, it should have worked out. 8 weeks.
Just shadow cross it, bro. Then he can't.
That a 13?
Yeah.
You fail. Let's see. You begin undergoing a powerful warp spasm as your body is influenced by the demonic pressure that it exhibits on you.
Sounds hot.
Your possession rate begins at 35% a turn.
Oh, shit. That's a lot.
Your move.
Disrupt yourself.
You need some help.
Yeah.
there?
I'll fucking do that. I will cast a ghosting spell on me to disrupt me for 100.
Okay. The possession is not influenced by disruption. It is demonic.
Oh.
You silly.
Oh, it's on it.
Yeah. It's a D-man.
Give it coffee or Red Bull.
It doesn't have Red Bull.
So I will. So wait, does possession target just one personality, or does it target every personality?
It targets one personality.
I'll switch back to my normal personality.
Wow.
Wow, get fucked.
And I will go in for a subdue check on it.
Ah! Well, it instituted a new rule. It's now 5 Joshua bucks per subdue roll.
Here's $1 million Joshua bucks. Shinna.
I harvested some shin bucks. Joshua bucks.
Okay. Oh, that's a 6 total.
Yeah.
You're successful. You plunge the weapon into the shadow warp stalker, and your weapon absorbs the shadows and drinks of its essence, and the monster is gone, buried into your weapon.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yay!
Yee.
Da-na-na-na. That's when you find some elf kid who opens up a treasure and finds a gem inside, and he's like, ah!
Interesting. So all the sound and ruckus stops. I look over to Ronica and I go, you know, sometimes I think he's having a good time. I don't know.
You hear that metal music playing? That's him.
Is that what they call boss music?
Yeah, he's probably disrobed himself, alchemically created a mirror, and he's just, rocking out. That's what he does.
Right now, I got
Okie dokie. So yeah, you've got a warp stalker.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah, we got like hundreds of hit points, I'll say. Must be pretty powerful.
For a commie.
You should probably just forget about it now, because you're gonna.
As the creature is absorbed, all of the shadows within the labyrinth spike suddenly before eventually calming themselves. And they stop dancing.
Oh, because they were like, what the? Run! If it was powerful enough to beat that thing.
Great success.
I just tell the
What?
Shana Shadowmancer, it's okay. He'll remember you someday.
Hey, no, are you done over there yet, or what?
Shadow face back.
Wow. Veronica falls backwards as you see you materialize from shadows.
What? It's pretty much like teleportation, isn't it?
You're Magian. You should know this.
That movement, she says as her eyes squint. I've seen it before.
You have? Please.
She makes an obvious reference to the king's assassination footage.
It was Shinna. You're right. You didn't even know it. You're all wrong, so you're fucking sharp.
Oh no!
You get promoted. And as your first task as a newly promoted one of you, go out into the Baron and retrieve this package. It's located at this place.
I don't feel like it.
You'll earn Joshua bucks.
Don't worry about those fire elementals. They'll leave you alone.
Okay.
You're clear, Shinna. No one will ever know.
How does a Magian collect such a skill?
Oh, she's talking to Shinna. Or
Just the whole group.
about the shadow phase thing.
Yes.
You gotta get training.
Trained in adept culture.
Just training like anything else. Just how do you get alchemical training or sorcery training? You gotta find a trainer. You gotta have an aptitude for it. And you gotta know somebody, of course.
She gets back to her feet. She holds her chest and hands tightly.
Okay.
It is resting, she says.
Cool. Yeah. Alright. Love you. Bye.
What's
Sorry,
resting?
my wife called.
What's resting?
She said it's arresting.
Oh, got you, as a statement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I look at Veronica and tell her, as with the death god, its acolytes are able to sense life force and the souls. The hell god, you can either become a half-breed, such as me. There's perks of every arcane god being a part of the covenant member. That, what I just demonstrated, is a teleportation of some sort bestowed by the void god to its acolytes. But I must tell you, as a member of the Magian, is she a Royal Guard member or no?
She is an unofficial Royal Guardsman, yeah.
As an honorary Royal Guardsman, your discretion is needed to keep that secret.
That I can guard. But I must say, I can certainly attest to my surprise. I did not foresee the elite guard being such accomplished arcanists.
Yeah, it's kind of in the name.
It was my understanding that the Great Division was fought to prevent the proliferation of such powers.
There are those that bastardize power and use it and abuse it. That's where us elite guards come in. We try to police those who commit sin. Well, in a way, we're kind of like. What I'm trying to say is we utilize this for a noble reason to protect the lives of orchestras.
My apologies, guardsman. I did not mean to question you.
No need to apologize.
I was simply unable to refrain from announcing my surprise and the similarity with which you carry yourself like that of the Elder Guard within Dark Magi. They also assume the mantle of Arcanists.
Very few are trusted with this extreme power.
I'll look
Well,
at the.
Should we continue then? She says.
I nod.
She looks over at the container you've put around this porthole.
I will release it.
Okie dokie. Da-na-na-na. You hear that elf kid again. He goes, what? Let's see.
I'm gonna shut his little mouth.
No.
Little mouth, kid.
He brings out a wooden shield and he's like, let's go.
A wooden shield?
Yeah, and then he uses a slingshot on you.
Sadi, you believe this guy? Come on, get this guy. Burn that stuff up.
Explosion!
Ah! He explodes into smithereens. And that's it. You killed the elf kid.
Can we take its little elf creature that goes, "Hey, listen"?
No.
We
No, that's-
super filter it.
No, it just blew up because of flaming elementalist power. That thing's fried as fuck. What do you think was gonna happen to it? As you approach this portal device, a seal activates and an orb forms out of air and begins projecting a noise along with a resonating small energy signature. Halt, intruder! Your kind is not welcome here to the home of true Magians. These waters were meant to breed the finest warriors histories have ever known, not to let fledglings gain entry to the Royal Plaza. Be turned away as I close this portal, or prove your worth by offering goods becoming of your status. The portal will close if you do not comply quickly.
I
Explosion.
don't have it.
I've got
What-
a mage cannon seal.
I asked, "Do you want to see my balls?"
It says, I like balls.
Little kitty.
Can I cast a spell into the portal?
Yeah?
Okay. I'm gonna cast this transcendentalism magic into the portal. And I'm gonna allow it to recover 20 soul. It's called
no-
Soul Glow. It's called Soul Glow.
Nothing happens.
Well, I guess then I'll try. Can I try to pass through now that I've given it the Soul Glow?
I can't stop you.
Okay, so I gave my offering. Yeah, I guess I don't know how you would tell, because I mean there's multiple people here, so if my offering is acceptable, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna try it. Poke my finger in it, I guess.
Your finger goes through.
Okay, well, I guess it accepted my offering. I'll see you on the other side.
As you come towards the portal, you find the seal, and you recognize that it is not at all integrated with the portal tech.
So I'm looking at it, and just my Magitech alone, or my Seal Craft. I'm looking at it going, what is this? This isn't even plugged in. I pick it up. I'm like, this isn't even plugged in, man.
This appears to be a seal somebody placed on the device in order to fish or trick people out of offering gear to the portal. But the portal will remain open regardless. The seal has no interaction with the portal at all.
Well, I guess it really, really makes sense, because if you're a novice, yeah, you would just throw your really good shit into the portal, and somebody would pick it up on the outside, like, whoa, cool.
Well, no, you'd have to leave it here, otherwise the portal would close,
Oh, right.
and then they can come collect it later.
I'm gonna put the seal back because that's funny. Or not move it or whatever, because that's just hilarious.
Okie dokie.
All right, let's shall we?
Huh. I never would have guessed, at least not immediately, says Veronica,
That
that the seal was a fake.
Oh, I mean, I made the offering. How else do you check to see if it works?
I mean, I suppose the elite guard might have some techniques with which to mitigate its demands, correct?
You're absolutely right. For instance, you know, I cast a spell into the portal, and then I use it's a very secret technique. It's called the finger check technique, and it's very complicated. I won't get into the details, but basically, you put your finger in it and see what happens. Worst case scenario, you just make your finger come back.
I like the way you think, guardsman.
Yeah.
So, he says, if when you dream about me, remember I like it rough.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you keep fucking around, you're gonna find out. So.
Oh no!
But I'm busy. I got a jab to do. But maybe later, if you make it. I didn't really mean if you make it. I just meant, I'm real busy. It's the thing.
Oh shit!
I'm always training.
Shit.
What are your skills, Veronica? I mean, you got any skills?
She has some expertise in applying arts and sealing magic.
Okay.
What about cooking?
What about cooking? Listen, you talk to the ancestor, and then it makes you a perfect meal whenever you want one.
Yeah, but what about barefoot cooking?
What about it?
I mean, can she do it?
I don't know.
Can she be barefoot and ask ancestor for something to eat? Yeah.
No.
The 1950s were funny. It was a real time.
No.
Anyway,
It never happened.
booked. So, oh yeah, we're stepping through the portal.
Okie dokie.
I'm Captain. I believe it's clear. This is a bunk seal. It's funny. I'm gonna leave it there, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it's safe to go through, and I'll be going first.
The other end of the portal opens into a chamber that is shaped as the interior of a rectangular pyramid and is brimming with the surgency of mana flowing from the portal. As the party steps through, the portal is maintained by the structure of this chamber that is provided from an unknown source. The runic symbol along the room shines brightly, as it seems to maintain the portal's existence, but before long, ripples can be seen in the portal, indicating a possible instability. Your attention is also drawn to 4 separate panels of the chamber, each shaped as a triangle, but only one seems to be circulating mana.
Oh, it looks like this portal's just barely hanging out.
Yes, says Ron. It would be best if we attended to it while I'm here.
Oh, okay. You okay?
She begins using refurbishing magic.
Does it go faster if more people help?
Yeah.
Or does it matter?
Doesn't particularly matter unless you think you have a limited time while here.
Well, I mean, I don't. Are we in Dark Magi official yet? Like, are we still?
As soon as you leave this chamber, you will be.
But if we were like found here, it'd still be like, what are you guys doing here? Suspicious activity?
Oh, you'd have to ask her that.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask Veronica. So, if we take the time to do this and we're discovered here, or does it look like we're up to nefarious shit, or?
We should be in the substreets at the moment. This is a low attention area. Much of the traffic of Dark Magi that wishes to remain surreptitious goes down in the substreets.
I see.
It's like a-
And when was the last time you used this end of the portal?
About a month ago.
And a month ago, were all 3 units operating?
I believe so.
And now there's only 1? Is there any indication of why they stopped operating?
Well, I can tell you that seal wasn't there when I came through. So it could be that someone else has found the utility of the labyrinth. And they may have allies, indicating more than one party has traversed it since the time I've been through it.
So why would they deactivate the parts of the mechanism that power it? Or I guess it powers it?
It powers it, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, why would somebody do that if they're using it?
It's probably just wear and tear. The Magitech here is old.
Over a month, though? So I figure, like, if you walked by it a month ago and you're like, wow, that's probably going to fail anytime now, you kind of reach over and be like, well, not now.
It really depends on how much mass has moved through the portal.
Got ya. Okay. That makes sense. Well, then, I imagine this is a vital hub portal.
It's one of the safest ways we have in between Dark Magi and Magi currently. The fact that it's been likely compromised is not good news.
Is it wise, then, to repair it?
I think it is.
Maybe just enough to keep it going, but not a full repair?
At your discretion, guardsman.
Else we raise an eyebrow to anyone else who might have come by and went, oh, who repaired the mechanism?
This will be our only means of retreat out if we in an emergency.
I say just repair it out the way.
Okay. Let's do it.
The labyrinth has other areas it can transport to. We simply need to enable them from inside the labyrinth. However, it's not obvious whether or not the other party is aware of this capability.
Okay, so there's other portals that you can activate.
Simply other endpoints within the labyrinth.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's fix this guy up. We're all gonna get in there and refurbish we're gonna have a refurbished party.
Okie dokie.
We're gonna refurbish like it's 2,000,000,023.
The Magitech portal is put back online. What is your Magecraft lore?
Tree.
Ulta 3.
Okie dokie. You're able to piece together the intended design of the rather relic-like Magitech from within the capital. Well, that should do it. There's only one thing left to do, she says, putting her hand on the panel. But proceed. She channels, opening the door with an influx of fresher air that sharply contracts to the stagnant pocket you have emerged from. The corridor you see before you extends some dozens of meters in height, with width, and appears to be appears to be rigid to some uniform design with the Magi characters riddling their surface, and all of which is permeated with a thick undertow of blue mist emanated throughout the tunnel. You come into the substreets. This is the Dark Magi and substreets. Welcome, guardsmen.
Alright, give her a nod. What's it smell like? Normal? Fine? Is it dank?
It smells normal, yeah.
Okay.
Dank memes.
So, do I have it correct in that none of you have been to Dark Magi before, but since your inauguration?
That is correct for myself.
Alright. Well, then our first objective while here is to meet our contacts, meet our group within the city limits. The substreets is a network of massive tunnels used historically to transport planetary infrastructure to underground dwellings beneath the city, and to the center of the planet to replace the core with planetary consciousness Magitech, and has since nearly become vacant afterwards. Sadly, the walls have all been scorched, as if victim to some kind of internal explosion the once richly decorated Magian iconography dating back thousands of cycles has been lost to the aftermath of the Great Division. Okie dokie. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
I hear Josh echoing.
Hello. Oh, that's me? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So she's gonna proceed down these substreets, trying to find the correct, what do you call it, route with which to lay out your destination. Okay, so that's basically just going to be a area you're going to continuously come back and forth through, during which you may encounter events en route. Weep womp, weep womp. Let me close this. Nope, let's not do that. The subsurface hold many mysteries, but most are not of any value except to archivists of the ages. Every variety of empty darkness can be found below, all the way to the mantle of Magi, whither the jurisdiction of the old capital meets the warm, demilitarized zone between it and central Magi. This pathway, at the very least, seems to be listless as those tasked with its keeping and integrity. Blah blah blah. However, a breach in the long darkness is soon formed by a group of energy signatures moving at a uniform velocity and vertical leveling towards this direction. It is resonating in an exceptionally low power output, inclining you to think it is Magitech. These are likely drones, says Veronica. They will be scanning us if they intersect with our party.
Give me 1 second, Josh. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Perfect timing. Sorry.
These are known. Like we were expecting this. It's a normal thing on Dark Magi.
Yeah, Veronica. Well, yeah, you would have been informed that surveillance drones are commonplace.
I think I remember talking about something like that. That's why we have the seals to disguise our
Yes.
self. But That's not necessarily a foolproof disguise if we're scanned deeply, I guess.
Yeah.
Depending on the scanning method or whatever. I wonder if we could go completely suppressed and they wouldn't detect us at all. Is that even a thing? Do we know that you can completely suppress your?
Yeah, you can stop channeling mana and have zeros.
In which case, we should be identified as just life forms.
I'm back.
Would assume droids. So like, okay, yep, primordials. Yep, did it. No
The
need to.
asterisk there is that that would only be possible if you're not using anything for like a turn-to-turn cost or something like that. And all of your seals that disguise your faces and mana signatures are going to require your mana.
Okay.
So you really can't turn off your mana while you're here. At least not completely. Unless you want to give away your disguise. Turn it off anyway.
Like, not really. Because then the jig would be up. Probably. How do we avoid dreams?
Shall we go back to the chamber, says Ronica, or do we try to engage these drones from distance?
Oh, and not let them get close to scanning us?
Right.
Scan us? Well, like, we're not out on the streets yet. We're just in a long, big tunnel.
Yeah, it's a big substreet tunnel, yeah.
And there's the drones coming for us. We're coming our direction. I imagine they're programmed to just scan stuff and be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here, citizen."
Yeah.
Or at least make a note that this citizen was found in this location at this time.
Pretty much.
Do we have anything any kind of spell that could attack from far?
Yeah, you have a ton of them.
How did that grab?
Yeah. Don't you?
Do we know anything of their?
I wanted to use that gravity spell, but you started and I forgot.
You fool!
Do we know anything about their specifications?
The drones?
Yeah.
They're likely going to be equipped with technology equal to what your drones are capable of. So, sensing mana, seen in all forms of vision, and linked up with the ancestor.
My mage cannons. Huh. Forgot about those.
Weep womp.
And
You know, we. Wait, is it? No, that's the wrong character. This character doesn't have that spiel.
I also have spirit cannons and Black Sharodi.
We also have a Shin Na.
Yes, we have a Shin Na, but
That guy's banned.
he's talking to himself.
I mean, he could probably take him with a power 1. He could negatively scale twice and be fine.
Are there any like passages or maintenance tunnels I can see we can probably hide in?
Yeah, there would be some maintenance shafts, mostly for other droids, but you can tuck your bodies in there if you think you can evade the scanners with it. There's always, of course, darting back to the chambers that you emerged from, which will give you disguise, allegedly.
Are these droids flying or are they grounded?
They are flying at a uniform height across the width of the tunnel.
And the tunnel's very wide.
Yeah, it's quite expansive.
So it's not like we're in a small corridor.
No, it's enough to transport super mega structure sized components.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically like a large train.
So, if these, I missed it, but if the droids find us here, would we get in trouble for like being?
So if the droids find you here with your Magian lore, they would likely not see past your seals. However, they would note that you would basically go into a database and that this is the first appearance of whoever the fuck you are. You'd be profiled basically, and you would stand out because you don't have an existing profile currently. So this would be the first time you've been seen in Dark Magi.
Oh, okay. So I look at the captain. I think we should utilize our training we got on suppress our signatures and hide it in these shafts.
Suppress our signatures.
With that split personality we got, Shadow Mancer training.
Shadow Mancer.
I think.
What?
I don't
There's
remember
something that helps us suppress our energy?
Yeah, it was that split personality we got. The positive one.
Do you not remember what he's talking about? The benefit from Reticent Shadow.
I mean, are we talking about? Well, I thought he was talking about the Shadow Mancer personality.
Yeah, it's technically these two terms are being used interchangeably by you guys. It's all the same thing.
Okay, because I mean, I specifically wrote down that I got this personality from the Shadow Mancer when he took me into the Void, not from Reticent Shadow training. But if that's the same thing, then I guess.
Yeah,
But-
so
those are-
finishing the Reticent Shadow changes that personality into a positive one.
Yeah.
That 20 plus spirit one.
That's the same
Yeah.
one. Yeah, it's all the same one.
But I don't have any notes in there about it subduing or
Yeah,
suppressing.
it does three things. It makes you, we call it, aware of the void. It makes it more difficult for you to be sensed while you're in the shadow, and you regenerate 40 spirit a turn while in the shadows or something like that.
All right. Let's.
I have those two things. Yeah, the harder to detect in shadows. You have a shadow adept aura and 40 vitality. What was the third thing?
You become aware of the void.
Aware of void.
Okay, and this is reticent shadow, which is then this is also part of the personality.
Those are realized in the personality, yeah. We want. All right, what's the call, gents?
Sorry, I'm just adding this information that I didn't have, I guess, in the right place. Still, none of those things talk about suppressing your power.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't work if your power is not suppressed. It's basically just makes your suppressing better.
I'm sorry, it makes what better?
It just makes your suppressing better.
Holy shit, it's raining.
Ranning?
Okay, so I need to add that somewhere. Suppression, when in this personality, it becomes better.
No, it's synonymous with your detection going up or going down. You can't avoid detection if you're in full power. That's just a given.
Okay, because when I'm talking about detection, I look at that as a visible detection, not a power or energy detection. But it's both.
Yeah, you can't if you have an aura up that produces a lot of light and noise and wind, so there's no hiding when you have your auras up.
Okay, got ya.
Shadow training. I don't have that. Yeah, I saw that.
We won.
It's crazy.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, it's been like 107, 108, 106 all week, and now it's raining.
Yeah, so the humidity's gonna go up.
Yep. It's gonna be
Get
nice.
fucked.
It's gonna be nice and humid.
Just parry. Just block it.
So I don't have that in my training. Is that a core or?
That's part of Reticent Shadow. Yeah, that's a core.
Core training, yeah.
Oh, plus 2.
Genesis style is a part of that core training as well.
No, Genesis is not part of Reticent Shadow. It's part of Shadow Adept training.
Oh yeah, my bad. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to do. Make another note on this personality that it's from the Shadowmancer, from the Void, and then yet another parenthetical that it's also from Reticent Shadow.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, that's where the personalities are. Jesus. All right.
Impactors.
Bleezes.
Okay.
Oh crap. Okay. Got a lot to fix.
Or what is to move, gents?
Yeah, let's.
Do we go hide in the thing, or do we just hide in the shadows?
I don't know.
Hide in pipes or corridors? Yep, let's do that.
Let's do the yeah.
I'll stick with Veronica. Make sure she doesn't,
Oh wait, she can't do that though.
Correct. She cannot use that technique.
She cannot.
Well, I'm gonna hug her so you can't see because I'm around her.
You
Okay.
dirty dog.
She gets underneath you as you motion her toward you.
Huh.
So you're going to hide in the shafts or just remain stationary? What's up?
Yeah, in a nice shadowy place, like a shaft would be pretty good. Off to the
Okay.
side, not in the middle.
You step away and cover her and your body with your cloaks. All
Hope this works.
three of you. And the droids that you recognize as Dark Magi Magitech pass right by.
Caca.
That was a close one.
Yes, it was surprisingly effective. I've never seen anything like that work before. It didn't feel, well, it's probably nothing. We should continue then. Okie dokie.
I guess I'll hold in this personality.
What the fuck?
So our auras, our like shadow auras, blocked out another signature.
Say that again?
So like basically our shadow auras that made us like yeah that us covering another person's mana kind of blocked it out. Like get it? Is that what I'm getting?
When you're suppressed, you don't have an aura that's visible.
Okay.
The shadow aura comes from your spiritual energy. But yeah, your body can help you block visibility and detection.
Maybe
If you're holding an item.
Go. That's probably nothing. Maybe.
Womp, womp, womp,
I just stopped and then turned and went like, I can see you. You're right there. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Like, damn it.
Let's see. Okay.
Like I've seen kids panic trying to play hide and seek, and they just put a blanket over them in the middle of the floor. You're like, that can't possibly be something.
That's not it. That's not it. Okay. Nope. What the fuck? Give me to this thing. Okay. Alright. You then reach the surface as the substreets give way to a set of stairs that move up. The deep violet mist of the dark capital permeates the air and the sky to block exposure of the capital to orbital structures controlled by Central Magi, leaving the once glistening and gilded buildings covered in putrid shadows. Now only the occasional light source along the entryways to the towers and lower streets shine through them, keeping the plaza grounds hazy. As you're making your way out of the substreets, what is everybody's discipline check?
I'll show you what my discipline check is.
Okay.
That right there.
Oh no!
Look at that. Look at that wand. That's 4 wands.
What the fuck?
It's a wand, a 10, and an 11. That's 4 wands.
I'll say.
Look at this. That's 3 wands. Another 4 wands.
Yeah.
Which one's the right
And
one?
we got 1 wand.
I can't tell which one apart.
I won. Woohoo.
You don't get it. You're doing it wrong, okay?
Yeah, you did wand. You did wands, so I guess you got 2 wands.
All right. What am I doing?
What's the
All right.
game?
So as you're leaving, you think you hear the sound of a voice in the substreets echoing, and to your precision, you recognize the voice is staying in key to some kind of melody. Veronica, however, doesn't seem to notice and is looking about the plaza.
So the 3 of us hear it,
Correct.
or think we hear it. I guess we're kind of mentally looking at each other like, you hear that? Yeah.
I asked Veronica if she hears that.
He looks over and says nothing.
It's some kind of
Music.
melody singing.
Music.
You take a few steps back down, and you hear the music of the voice continue in the distance.
Can
I hear it now, says Veronica. Someone's singing, I suppose.
You don't recognize it?
It's entirely alien to me.
Do we
Well-
recognize it as anything from our lore checks as Magian lore? Or...
No lore checks.
Okay.
It does seem highly unusual. Even in the event that it's a piece of Magitech, it would be weird to have it singing down here. Well, it might perhaps be weirder still for someone else to be singing in the middle of the substreets on the plaza.
Do you sense demonic energy, Shinna?
Negative.
Do I, Joshua? No. I look at the captain and I shake my head no. That's not nice to call Joshua fat.
Ah!
Oh no.
You should have heard what you did to him last.
I can't hear.
Just lying.
I can't hear.
Wait, but look.
Whatever she said, she's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
probably. Maybe.
Great success.
Especially about
Well,
the one-legged hooker.
Shin Na then begins to start hearing Justin Bieber noises everywhere.
Nah, it's more like I constantly hear Taylor Swift noises everywhere.
did Justin Bieber noises sound like, oh, Nate, I was just talking shit to my friends. I don't actually want to fight you because I know that you would actually beat the fucking shit out of me.
He didn't say that, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh no!
Yeah, him and his friends were like talking shit, whatever. And of course, you know, you're a celebrity, so all your shit gets recorded and blah, 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 whatever. But I mean, he was just talking shit about Nate Diaz's, he basically like he wasn't impressed with his fighting or whatever, and then the media turned that into a thing, and they happened to be at a club at the same time, and Bieber just went up to him and was like, "Hey Nate, I don't have a problem with you or anything."
I remember that. Yeah.
Nate's like, "Man, get away from me, idiot."
I thought he didn't know what the fuck Bieber was talking about.
Yeah, he didn't. He was like, "What beef are you talking about?" And because he's Nate, he's like, "I ain't got no beef with you, but if you want to beef right now, I'll fight you right now." And Bieber's like, "Nah, no thanks." He's like, "All right, well, get out of here, idiot."
That's
It's
pretty
Nate.
cool.
Fucking hilarious.
He should have parried.
But basically, that's what Bieber noises sound like. Please, Nate, don't beat me up.
That's mean. That's
Well, Nate's a nice guy. Just don't tell him you want to fight him, and he won't fight you.
I think he's a pussy. He wouldn't fight me.
I mean, if you told him I want to fight you, and he knew that you're not a fighter, he probably wouldn't fight you.
Oh. Okay. So
So we hear some singing.
you're into Dark Plaza now.
So, okay, yeah. So we went back in after the singing.
Oh yeah, unless you wanted to go investigate it, yeah.
Oh yeah, do we want to investigate the singing? I don't really need there to be anything down there.
What if it's a bunch of hookahs?
We missed out on the other thing.
We have a Saudi. He can just make hookers.
Oh yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
How you gonna make Joshua bucks that way though?
Well, just put the hookers on the street.
Usually we make Saudi bucks, and for every Saudi buck we
Can't
exchange,
make those.
10 billion Joshua bucks.
Those aren't fair.
Well, I mean, get a better value buck.
The alchemy for you.
Everything sucks.
Okay, so we're gonna continue on to the Dark Magi Plaza.
You're in the Dark Plaza. From here, you can move through the outer districts. Let me see here. The locations connected to the Dark Plaza immediately should be the decommissioned orbital lift. There are the restricted districts. As well as, hold on. What is this? Okay. Uh, hmm. Oh yeah, so there's a facility known as Ozma Prime. Then you have, yeah, restricted districts and the decommissioned lift. And I think that's it. To catch up on that. First thing to be made aware of, Guardsman, is that Dark Magi is currently under the effects of, let's see,
Wokeness.
it's currently under the effects of an unknown magical phenomenon. There is a disturbance within the makeup of Magitech infrastructure within a certain area of the plaza. This has become a restricted zone until this unusual anomaly is dealt with. Although, despite this happening from time to time, there is a particular salience in the severity of this one, as it has taken undue time to even find a thorough explanation for. Last I was here, it was all over the press, and from the looks of it, she says, looking about, that's still much the issue.
Okay, so it's public knowledge, so everybody should know that there's. This should be really big news because a magical anomaly on Magi.
Yeah, within Dark Magi, yeah.
Wait, what do you mean you don't know what it is?
Explanation hasn't been made as forward as perhaps you might be comfortable with back in Central. Dark Magi is much more discretionary with their public announcements.
Yeah, I guess telling people it's a mystery is better than telling them the truth. So there's a strange. What is the? Is this going to affect our mission at all? This anomaly? Like what?
It's really the intricacies of the mission should revolve around Gendo, if I'm not mistaken. He was the most recommended in our report when Central asked for it. But you'll have to disclose the details of what you're here for yourselves.
Yeah, we're here. Yeah, we're here to investigate that guy. And she's saying that Gendo is.
Gendo was part of the report that she sent to Central when they asked about him. When they asked about the most important people might be related to the assassination.
Okay.
So she along with other resources in Dark Magi, put him as the top suspect, basically. But she has no idea what Central decided on.
Okay.
Do we know if Gendo, he belongs to the House of Fukiyagi, right?
Correct.
And the House of Fukiyagi were the Dark Magians that introduced the Dark Adepts to the Void?
Allegedly.
Okay. Does Fukiyagi, or sorry, Gendo, does he have any connections to the restricted districts? Like any, what was there before the event that's happening now?
And there are no immediate connections that I'm aware of that links Gendo to the anomaly. The two, as far as I'm concerned, have never been coincided in the same conversation.
What other connections does Gendo have here in Dark Magi? Like any underground or black
His
market?
name is all over the place, as you might imagine. He used to be part of the original Senate. He's an aristocrat, highly prestigious. He's also an academic. You can follow leads about Gendo's family and his house throughout the history of Dark Magi.
We'll need figure out some way to get his attention for an audience, maybe, if we want to investigate him personally.
Indeed.
The crab. Well,
Once we meet to our base, I have someone else that I think the Royal Guard should be in direct contact with. He's an asset we've worked with before here.
Okay.
A Central Magian sympathizer on Dark Magi's Senate. He goes by Coadita. Perhaps you have heard. Which, of course, all of you would have, given your Magian lore. And he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's also a professor, isn't he?
Coadita?
Or once? Oh no, I'm thinking of a different thing. No, never mind.
Gendo is a professor,
Yeah.
but he's a freaking idiot. Okie dokie. Let's see.
Take us to your hideout.
I need to find out where that hideout is. I'm having trouble finding it in the documents.
Yeah.
I might need to renovate it. Let me see here. Nope. 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 Okay. Okay, so I think we'll probably end up having to stop here while I just need to revamp the scenario a little bit. Make sure everything's gonna follow smoothly in the plot so I don't run into issues. Because I don't think the details on the hideout are ironed out enough yet. Okay. Alright, yeah, let me get to that. And is anybody going to have any problems with scheduling next week?
Nope.
Next week, maybe. Wait, when is it? No, not next week. It's the following week. I'll be having to be
Okay,
busy.
gotcha. Alright, yeah, so we'll probably call it quits here. There probably would have been more for y'all to do, but we cheesed the labyrinth. So we're here in Dark Magi now.
Do you guys want to go to the singing, or do you not have the singing?
Oh,
Yeah, we could skip to. We could go back to the sub streets. There's lots of events there. But I wanted to get y'all to the hideout first.
Okay.
Either way,
Cool,
we can work on your spell.
we could work on spiels.
Didn't you have a spell you were working on?
Spiel.
Were you talking about a gravity spell?
Yeah, I wanted a gravity spell.
Okie dokie. Well, we'll let you go, Morningstar. If you need to take off.
Thanks, gentlemen. Pleasure as always. Sorry I got a little heated back there. Just
What? You got heated? I didn't even notice. Good job.
Yeah, I didn't notice either.
Yeah. It's all good.
All right. Yeah, you take it easy, man.
hey,
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Catch you later, brother.
What are you in? Elder Magic?
An alchemy.
Or you're an alchemy? What's that?
Yeah, an alchemy.
Alch. It's been so long since I've looked at alchemy, since I've had the pleasure.
Well, I'm actually revamping it now, so I got distracted. One of the things we're probably going to implement in the future is an ability to weaponize your avatar. Kind of like a trait, except it just makes sense that most Magians would have one. The weaponization of your avatar would basically come in the same form as like gathering. It basically has something to do with just um, your normal capabilities as an orchestrate. Um, I think we're gonna call it like an emblem or something like that. Anyway, it's basically a permanent modification done to you uh, as part of being in the royal guard, and the elite guards and the royalty probably have special ones. Anyway, they're basically just ways for you to have additional perks and maybe techniques. This was done specifically to give a better, maybe alleviate the power resource window for Magians. Because looking at the magic, it's very much intended that high power in magic has to come with large area of effect and effects on saturation.
Hmm.
There's no way, it's not intended that you can climb power without having backdraft of some kind or aftermath of your spells. The only way to have a localized increase in power that's not going to have huge environmental effects is with your catalyst. That's pretty much what they're meant to do. And there's no way magic can really make up for this,
I,
nor
I,
is it really intended to.
I guess you could be creative with like a compound spell with like a gravity thing with a field where you cast it at the same time so it only occurs in the field.
Yeah, so yeah, you can definitely get real creative with the compound stuff, but it's still even the field would have an area of effect of some kind, and then gravity could
Yeah.
have environmental effects, et cetera, et cetera. But a nice thing about this emblem is that it's basically an energy technique that you can choose and craft for yourself. So if you just wanted to give you a power uh, or a technique, basically the idea is that you can make a projection, and it's a projection that's not going to be limited in the same way that kinetics is. Because kinetics as a school is capped by basically the methodology with which the kinetics are created. But this emblem technique comes directly from your avatar, so it should benefit directly from your catalyst. So its power scales with your catalyst, and you should be able to use transcendental magic on the emblem to invoke a greater level of power from it. Anyway, so I'm designing that at the same time as the alchemy right now. The way alchemy looks at the moment, um, I can probably just fucking share screen. How do you do this shit? Uh, share the screen. Screen one. I'm sharing screen one. No. Let's see, that's not it. Ooh.
I'm watching your stream.
Da, 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 da. We'll tell him to stop. So
You're the guy. You want me to tell you to stop?
no.
Stop right there. Stop. There. Stop.
So pretty much everything in the other schools in the other branches are remaining the same at the moment. So as we're going over this, just since you're here, Ernie, do you know the difference between baryonic and structured alchemy?
Uh, yes and no. Like, as far as in this game, yeah.
Okay. Do you know why we're calling it baryonic alchemy?
Not really.
So matter particles in I don't know, quantum physics or cosmology, whatever. Baryonic particles are matter particles. They're like atoms and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So alchemy with baryonic branch just allows you to make matter particles straight up.
Okay.
And the only thing you can really change about it is the distribution of the mass, the chemical makeup, so you can choose which atoms to make. And then you can also put a shape on them, so you can make objects and architecture. But it's never anything super complicated. Um, so if you can get, like, for instance, you can get, a square ton or something like that, a metric ton of carbon, but you can't use baryonic alchemy to make that carbon ton into an elephant, for instance.
Yeah.
Because that's an elephant in a living organism is a very complex chemical, basically. And baryonic basically just makes a uniform grade of whatever type of mass you're asking for. So the only thing structured alchemy does is it just reorganizes that mass so that carbon can be fused with other trace elements and then create an elephant.
Okay.
It can provide the structure that's needed, or if it can provide a blueprint for that baryonic alchemy to effect. So that's why baryonic alchemy has the conjoin, manifest, and transform stuff. This either works on organic material, structures like magitech or technology, and then like metaphysical stuff like what do you call it? Mana, like magic, like whatever. Blah blah blah. So yeah, you could theoretically use structured alchemy to conjoin like mana constructs. You could create familiars with it. We've already discussed that. You can make spells, compound spells, whatever it is. Because all you're doing is in the case of mana-based energy, as far as the branches of structure goes, is basically just instead of using baryonic, you're using metaphysical stuff. So the stuff in the metaphysical branch is everything that doesn't fall into the baryonic branch. So light, heat, gravity, and mana. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And
All right.
With the avatar, is that like your character? Is that like
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an orchestra avatar, so any target orchestra.
Okay.
So you can heal them, vitalize. You can give them information. You can take their items from their memory or whatever. Stuff like that. Teleportation probably needs to be removed from there, although not really, because that still technically falls under avatar. All you're doing is you're replacing their location, because you can think of Caecilios as like a computer grid. All the data of the universe can be represented in Caecilios in a two-dimensional form as data. So when you're transmuting somebody's avatar, you're basically just taking their file, like if it were a computer file, and you're just changing properties that are specified in that file, like their location, for instance. When you change somebody's location data, that's tantamount to teleportation.
Okay.
Yeah, so structured alchemy just basically does it just allows you to be real creative about metaphysical and baryonic with very limited limitations, whereas metaphysical and baryonic are somewhat rigid. But the benefit for those two is that you can actually do direct damage with them, so you can actually weaponize those two. Whereas structured alchemy is about creating objects of some kind, whether they organic, technology, magitech, or some sort of mana structure itself, like a mana construct or a familiar, or a curse or something. Not really a curse, but some shit like that, a seal. Anyway, dimensional alchemy, this is what it looks like at the moment. So there's basically just transmute dimensional. This is basically just a way to weaponize dimensional alchemy. I'm basically trying to separate this into separate other little smaller branches, tear and crush. Transmute substrate is falling under a transmute warp. This includes displacement. Displacement is intended to reflect the fact that you can actually just change the location of all of the mana in the vicinity. So there could be mana running through a magitech device, right? But you can just displace all the mana in the area to make it filter through another location. So if all of that information, if you think of like water in like a water jug. The water is the mana. The spell basically just lets you displace that water to another location. So like in the next building, and then once it does that, obviously since it's not in the bottle anymore, it's just going to fall into the ground and it's worthless, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So displacement allows you to basically have a catastrophic controlled deactivation of mana, kind of like a deliverance with depletion, except it's not permanent and it's completely controlled.
Could you, in theory, put it into a structure?
So you can't control positively charged mana's use with alchemy. The only thing you can do is put its location. So yeah, technically you should be able to put somebody else's mana and change its location to somewhere else. And then Dimensional Caecilios is basically our pocket dimension spell. It's being changed into Prism, Law, and Dimensional Reinforcement. Reinforcement's all you're going to want. Probably just change that to Reinforcement or something like that. All you're really going to want to do with Reinforcement is prevent all of these types of dimensional spells from occurring. This is your only defense against Dimensional Alchemy. This spell right here, this is the only thing you can do in the whole game, pretty much. Dimensional Prism is just another version of Pocket Dimension. You make another dimension, whether it be a small prism-like thing or a portal to a whole nother plane of existence. It all starts with Prism. And then the Transmute Law is basically what Substrate used to do. You can change to the natural laws of the universe within Transmute Caecilios. And
So you can make
Substrate...
the speed of light slower.
Sorry, what?
You can make the speed of light slower.
Right, yeah.
So
Precisely.
what I want to do is, okay, go ahead.
Oh yes, yeah. Basically, all I was gonna say is Substrate's original thing is being split into law and the warping effects. So blocking teleportation, changing curvature of space might go in Substrate. Everything else will probably go in law.
What about the in-laws? The in-laws go in there too?
To what now?
The in-laws.
No.
Oh.
There's no transmute in-laws.
I want to put an in-law in there.
Yeah, maybe transmute in-laws to cool.
If you want to transmute in-laws, you make a prism, then you put your in-laws in it, and then you use Dimensional Crush.
Oh, I was gonna say you just toss it into the ocean, but I guess that's about the same thing.
Yeah.
Make an ocean prism.
All right, so you wanted to do something with the gravity spell, right?
Yeah, I wanted to do a gravity spell, and then I want to eventually, like, I guess, do the transmute Caecilios too, but I don't know.
Okay, so first things first, how many spell points do you have?
I have the 60. I wrote it down.
Okay.
2.
All right, so
That's enough for two. That's enough for three.
Yeah.
Mastered.
So would you mind taking a shot at designing a gravity spell based on this information on how you understand it?
In metaphysical transmute gravity.
Yeah, this is transmute gravity, yeah. How do I get rid of this shit? Get away. Oh, whatever.
What? End the stream?
You can, yeah, do you want me to end the stream?
Oh no, I thought
Okay.
you were asking. Oh, so it can control gravity, it can slow down and compound other forces as well as. So can it make it to where I can control the pressures and the gravities of only a concentrated area, or would it be the whole battlefield?
So it says up here the range of all the metaphysical
Okay.
effects are calibrated with the mana ratio, so it really depends on how much you're paying for it. Like the growing rule of thumb is the more power its magic has, the higher the area of effect needs to be.
Okay. So yeah, I'm kind of wanting to do the area of effect about like 3 targets, or like I guess a small AoE.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, small AoE is about melee. A moderate AoE is what, like a neighborhood ish?
It's more like
Anywhere from a neighborhood to a
a large
coliseum or
area.
something?
No, a neighborhood would be a large AoE.
Oh, okay.
So you're telling me what's not clear to you is basically you want there to be an AoE thing here specified?
Um, yeah, just kind of like a spherical area. Like, let's say we could trap them in a gravity ball
Mm-hmm.
that's small or medium AOE. I guess
Yeah, I
medium.
agree. When I first read this, I went, "Oh, there's nothing for range or AOE specifically." So
Yeah. So if you want to make it concentrated,
Mhm.
um sorry. All you basically need to do is describe what you want your spell to do, and then you give me the stats of what you want on it, and then it's GM discretion based on whether or not the AoE you want on it is appropriate or not. So your AoE can be granted. Now I just need to know how much power and damage do you want it to do, and then I'll tell you if that's within the acceptable parameters.
There's some gravity. Look at some gravity effects. Output, pulse pressure. So I can basically make it to where the blood is pulled out. Okay. I definitely want to do like a crush type thing where
yeah, just pick a power between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. Oh, okay, that's what you mean.
The higher the power, the greater the effect is going to be. So if you pick a power 8, you're not going to be in small AoE anymore, likely. Depending on damage, maybe. If you did like 2 damage, power 8, I mean, maybe you get that.
I guess like a 6.
Okay, so 6 power. So that's going to cost anywhere between 240 and 180 mana just for that. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. How much damage do you want it to do?
Um, what would 5 be? I'm sorry.
What would 5 damage be?
5 power be?
Oh, 5 power would be between 200 and 150 mana. Or 200 and 150, sorry.
The 150 being if it's mastered.
Is any of this making sense to you with these numbers, Sadi?
Yes, it's
Okay.
making sense. So
And that's, so I'm reading this right. That's for every 4 mana I put in, I get 1 damage.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's on you.
So if I want to do 50 damage, that's 200 mana.
Correct.
Okay.
okay, so yeah, let me. The 6.
Okay.
I guess like the power 5 would be something I could do on my own if I need to in a pinch. Instead. So yeah. And then what was the next question after the power?
Just power and damage.
Damage. So we were looking around 50, you said?
I was just asking if at a mastered level, how much mana would it cost to do 50 damage? But you pick whatever your damage is, Josh will tell you how much mana it'll cost.
Okay.
Well, yeah, do you know how to use this formula right here? This is the mana to
Yeah.
damage component. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
So if you're a novice and you want to do 5 damage, how much is that going to cost you in mana?
Wait.
Novice is the first number.
Oh, it's a 5?
So yeah, if you want to do 5 damage as a novice, how much mana is that going to cost?
1? 1 mana?
Negative.
No? Alright, okay.
Okay, so you actually don't know
So
what
I
any of
don't.
this means. Is that right?
I
made
get it. I got it when he said it, but then I'm just
Yeah. So have you made a spell from any of the libraries thus far, or have you just basically been using the ones in the archive, the pre-made ones?
I've been using the pre-made ones.
Okay. Yeah. So the way these work is the reason you go for high mastery is because mastery lowers mana cost. If mastery were not in the game, this is how it would look. You'd be paying 30 mana, 30 mana for 1 power. Power maxes at 8, so you can look at this as a 30 to 1. But since there's mastery, there's 3 numbers because this is mastered, this is intermediate, and this is novice. So it's 40 to 1, 35 to 1, and 30 to 1. And it's 40, 35, and 30 mana to 1 power. And it's the same thing with damage, except it's 6 to 1, 5 to 1, and 4 to 1. It's 6, 5, 4 mana to 1 damage. And that's how pretty much everything in the whole document works when these numbers come up like this.
Yeah, so when we're looking at that gravity mana damage, and you're a novice, which is the first number, if I want to do 1 damage, it's going to cost 6 mana. If I want to do 2 damage, it's going to cost 12, so on. If you're an intermediate, 1 damage is going to cost 5, 2 damage is going to cost 10. And then if you're mastered, 1 damage will cost 4, 2 damage will cost 8, 3 damage 12, and so on. Set.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's making more sense now.
I was super confused when I started learning this stuff too. But once you get it, it's like, oh yeah, it makes spells in make spells in a couple minutes.
Great success.
But yeah, some of it is a little nuanced because you kind of want to balance like what your effects are. Like you want a small AOE, but at the same time, like yeah, but I want that power 8. So yeah, but yeah, you got a power 5 and then just damage.
So it'd be 5, 6.
The cheapest damage is going to be the mastered version. But hey, I don't know how you want to spend your spell points. You may not want to spend a full 27 on the spell. I don't know.
It'll be 27.
It's all about how you use it. Maybe you're a sealing user and you have applied sealing and you just cast that shit into seals all the time, so you never need to cast it in combat. So you're like, I'll just take a novice version.
Da, 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 da.
Well, those are reasons why you might choose different stuff or whatever. But yeah, in the end, just how much damage you want to do, and then work backwards if it's too expensive for you.
Okay.
But you don't have to cast everything in one turn. You can, you've got that super, the nuke spell that you gotta cast over like 4 turns.
Yeah,
was it?
I want to see if I can at least cast this in a pinch on my own, or just
What's your
cast
max
it over
mana?
to. My max mana is.
Well.
Sorry, look at
Because you have to know that in order, if you want to cast this like in one turn and still be alive and take turn to turn costs, like that's your
233.
230.
230.
230. So
233.
230. I would consider that 200. Because you probably want to have at least like 30 or so left at the end of your turn.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so what, you want to be able to cast this once, twice, without...
Just once, because I'm pretty sure it'll either damage it significantly or kill it.
Okay. And the other thing you might want to consider is how many gathers is it going to take to get however much mana you're using back, if that's a concern.
This is more of like a get away from me spell.
Okay. So, hey, whoa, I'm going to skunk you, and then you give him the skunk squirt.
Well, it'll be a deadly skunk squirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, then I'd say your threshold is somewhere around 200 to be safe. If you cast it, still be able to play your turn-to-turn costs. Somewhere around 200. So if you're mastered, looking at the chart there, mastered is mana to power 30. See that?
Mana to power 30.
See the 40, 35, 30?
Yeah.
So the 30 is the mastered version. So if you want 5 power, that's 5 times 30. So it's 150. So that's 150 mana there.
And
So
how much damage is that?
so based on our little quick calculation of how to be safe and have this be a one cast and still be safe for turn to turn cost, you got about 50 damage you could play with. You could dip into that 33 other mana, but I don't know what your play style is, so I don't know how much turn to turn stuff you use or whatever. So that's up to you. But I was just doing a quick little 30 mana should be enough for paying turn to turn costs.
Yeah, there's no base damage to any of these.
Yeah.
You have to add all of the damage yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think 50 damage would be the
Or I'm sorry, not 50. 50 mana is what's left. In our calculation.
Yeah.
If you took 50 and divided it by 4, which is the mastered,
Yeah,
mana
it's gonna
damage,
be very, very weak. You're gonna
you
be doing less
know,
than 20
like 12
damage.
and a half damage.
Yeah.
With the
So
150 mana.
that's 200 mana would glean you 12 damage at a power 5. Yeah.
Oh, so that's not good.
No, it's not great, but
It's kind of a
I
race.
guess it's gravity. There would probably be secondary effects, like maybe the player could move out of it or something.
Right. There's a passive penalty for being in gravity. You have to have enough power to be able to move. If you don't meet enough power, you will take penalties to your speed.
So yeah, it's possible that okay, well they're only taking 12 damage, but because the power's high enough, it's like they're instead of a speed 6, they're a speed 4, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So like a
But you were also looking for a crushing. You wanted like a crushing spell, right? Like in your
yeah.
mind,
That's what I had in my
you get
mind.
crushed into a little ball of like
Mhm.
a human-sized thing goes into the size of a BB type thing,
Yeah.
That
right?
or maybe just pancake or something.
Yeah. So how do you accomplish that when you want it to be just like a single target and not a giant area? Like is that even possible to make that? Because if you use, I mean, I would think you need like a power 8 or something for that, but at the same time, you still need to do damage. Oh, well, yeah, duh. And then you just put like 500 damage on it and precast it or junction cast it or
Yeah.
um,
So
cast and carry it.
and a crush ability would have to be junction casted, or
Well,
it
no,
would
I'm
have
just
to
saying
be.
because it would cost so much. Because
Yeah, it would have to cost a lot.
Yeah,
like
these
what we're looking
spells
at right now,
are
we're
intended to
100.
cost quite a bit.
Okay.
If you're trying to make one of these to be able to cast on the same turn, they're not gonna be returning a whole lot. You're meant to spend quite a bit on these
Okay.
because there's no damage cap, and they have some of the highest power thresholds of any spells you're gonna find.
And this would be persistent, and there's no turn to turn cost, right?
Yeah, it's a alchemical permanent effect. It
Yeah,
would have to be rectified.
yeah, that's the other thing that you're paying for that isn't obvious.
Correct.
Let me see how much my other one would cost. My
So
dimension.
sometimes I've made spells where I've got a high power, but it does almost no damage because I'm really going for its other effects. But yeah, like the what we were working on before with a power 5 and 50 damage would cost 350 mana to do 50 damage at a power 5.
Maybe like a power 7 would be enough to at least.
What if he just wants to crush an orchestra size and that's it? Like he doesn't want to go any bigger than that. What's the
So if you're determined to kind of ignore the point of what these are for, which are, environmental effects,
yeah?
that's what these secondary effects are kind of for.
That's what the.
So we can get rid of all of this stuff, and if you just want to crush a target till it's basically a whatever, like a can that you crush,
Yeah.
we can just make a resistance check. And you're paying for power only, and it's just a resistance check or a discipline to power check to see if they survive. If they resist it, nothing happens to them. If they don't, then they're dead. Is that what you're looking for?
That that sounds a Yeah, that sounds a lot easier.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
so
crushing somebody into a pancake or a tiny little ball, which pretty much means they either make it or they don't.
yeah. All right, so since you're just paying for damage. So what kind of power are you looking for?
I guess that would be between like a 7 or an 8, right? For
Because
Yeah,
the power.
so the higher the better generally, because most of the other schools of magic are not going to give you the ability to access higher levels of power, but you don't have to pick it.
And is the level of power also affect the resistance check?
Yes.
So the higher the power, the higher the check they got to make.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
yeah. All right.
But the more expensive it's gonna be. What is 8 times 3? 240? I mean, that's not.
So if you get a power 8, it's going to be power times 2 versus their discipline or resistance. So it'll be a 16 versus their discipline or resistance, depending on what your target is.
All right.
Pretty good.
All right. We'll do that. Power 8.
You can double pulse it.
You can also double pulse. Ooh.
Okay. So power 8.
So yeah, you're picking power 8. Do you know how much mana that's going to cost?
It's gonna cost a lot.
Is it? Or are you going with a mastered version,
Mastered. It'll be.
or are you going with novice, intermediate?
8 times 30, right?
Yeah.
For mastered, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let me get my calculator. I keep closing it. $240. Okay.
All right, so that's going to be 240. The check they're going to need to make is power times 2, so that's going to be 16. You can call that a power check if you like. Actually, it really needs to be considered a resistance or discipline check. Yeah.
In case they don't have a resistance.
Everything has a resistance, but some
Okay.
things will not have a discipline. Like a piece of machinery is not going to have a discipline stat, but it will have a resistance stat.
This is metaphysical. Mastered.
What branch is this?
Which is metaphysical.
Metaphysical transmute gravity.
Yeah.
This is an 8 to 10. What's the int rec?
If you're getting mastered versions, they're gonna have to be 10.
Potency. There is no potency on this one.
Right. There's potency on the Avidar one.
Avada.
Avida.
Avida.
And then you can write whatever you want for flavor, and then in details and info, put down its power and
Power 8.
what was the other thing?
Resistance
So it's a
Oh yeah, the resistance check.
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 Write down the power, and then
16.
oh yeah, resistance or discipline
Resistance or discipline.
check. 16.
I spell discipline
Discipline. And then I also like to copy and paste all of the spell technique perks at the bottom of my details and info, just in case something there applies. For instance,
I definitely recommend that.
counter spell, double pulse. Because if you look at counter spell,
We don't have turn economy anymore, so this has to be changed into
yeah, I figure like doesn't take a spell slot or is
sense.
free to cast.
Probably just do that.
Spell surge.
If it's broken, we'll change it afterward.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Use it as a defensive action.
Hey, where'd it go? Oh no! I pushed the wrong button. Level 20 disappeared.
You turned off the thing,
Yep.
the page. Lol.
I didn't mean to do that.
And then